ladies and gentlemen, it is 3 o'clock on Wednesday, September 17th. I'd like to call this meeting of the Tallahassee City Commission to order, and I'd like to welcome everybody here for full packed chambers, a lot of celebration, a lot of great work that we're going to be doing before the City of Tallahassee. It is my honor and privilege to introduce Pastor Stephen Caldwell of Empowerment Church, TLH, to provide us with the invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will please stand. Pastor, thanks for joining us.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts. We thank you for the leaders gathered here, for their dedication, and for the responsibility entrusted to them. We ask that you grant wisdom, clarity, and unity in their deliberations. Help them to lead with integrity, compassion, fairness, always seeking the common good over personal interest. May their decisions promote justice, peace, and prosperity for all who come to this city. Bless our residents, our workers, our families. Watch over those in need, protect our first responders, and guide us all towards greater understanding and respect for one another. It is in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will stay standing and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor Caldwell, thank you so much for joining us and starting our meeting off right. It's a pleasure to have you here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a packed agenda. We have a full City Commission agenda. We have a public hearing at 6 o'clock. At the public hearing, we will be taking up the issue of transmittal of the comprehensive plan amendments. We'll be taking up the proposed budget. We have a full day today. Mr. Manager, walk us through any modifications to the agenda, please, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 8.01, that item is seeking approval to execute an interlocal agreement with Leon County for the maintenance of landscaping on portions of Capitol Circle. That item is presented by Reginald O'Flaherty, our Director of Community Beautification and Waste Management. The County Commission was taking up a sister item, and they took up a sister item at their meeting on Monday. They made changes to the term to reflect those. We've updated our agenda item and moved it for policy discussion to item 1204. The other item, consent item 8.03, seeking approval for the proposed 2026 City Commission meeting schedule. That's been pulled at the request of Commissioner Porter and moved to item 9.01 for discussion.
All right, colleagues, any questions about the agenda modifications? Seeing none, thank you. We have 6 presentations to kick off the meeting. Colleagues, if you wouldn't mind joining me down at the podium. To ensure that I still have a voice after the beginning of the commission meeting, I have asked all of my colleagues to help me out with presentations today. So this is going to truly be a team effort. First and foremost, I'd love to invite Commissioner Jack Porter to the podium and invite our friends from the representatives from Neighborhood Affairs Division of Parks and Recreation and Neighborhood Affairs that are in attendance to accept the proclamation honoring Good Neighbor Day and Good Neighbor Week. So if Parks and Rec want to come join us, that'd be great. Commissioner Porter.
Come on up. From the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas the City of Tallahassee has a long-standing commitment to strengthening neighborhoods by actively engaging residents, supporting neighborhood groups and associations, and implementing programs that foster vibrant, connected, and livable communities. And whereas the city recognizes that strong neighborhood engagement and connectivity contribute to creating communities that are safer, friendlier, cleaner, and more resilient. thereby enhancing the overall quality of life for all residents. And whereas the city's Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Affairs Department, through its Neighborhood Affairs Division and dedicated staff, has implemented impactful programs and initiatives while facilitating resident-led efforts focused on beautification, placemaking, public safety, emergency preparedness, and neighborhood enrichment. And whereas neighborhood leaders across Tallahassee consistently provide voluntary service to enhance their communities and support their fellow residents. And whereas the city continues to support its neighborhoods through innovative programming that addresses neighborhood safety, planning, recognition, leadership development, and more. And whereas building strong relationships with neighbors helps reduce loneliness, depression, and isolation, promoting emotional and social well-being. And whereas being a good neighbor fosters vibrant, compassionate communities with residents who recognize that to have good neighbors, one must also strive to be a good neighbor. And whereas in 1978, President Jimmy Carter signed Proclamation 4601, establishing National Good Neighbor Day and encouraging all Americans to celebrate the importance of neighborliness. And whereas in 2003, National Good Neighbor Day was fixed to September 28th, and many communities now celebrate an extended observance known as National Good Neighbor Week, which in 2025 will be celebrated from September 28th through October 4th. Now, therefore, that the City of Tallahassee formally recognizes September 28th as National Good Neighbor Day and September 28th through October 4th as Good Neighbor Week, and National Good Neighbor Day, pardon me. Be it further resolved that the City of Tallahassee calls upon neighborhood and homeowners associations, community organizations, and all residents to observe this special day and week through appropriate ceremonies, activities, and acts of kindness, and encourages every citizen to take an active role in ensuring that Tallahassee continues to be a community known for its strong neighborhoods and outstanding neighbors. In witness whereof, on behalf of the mayor, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city to be affixed, signed by Mayor John E. Daly on September 17th, 2025.
Thank you, Commissioner Porter, Mayor, Commissioners, appointed officials, and the city leadership in your respective places. We appreciate the recognition for Good Neighbor Day that we will celebrate on Sunday, September 28th. And here with me on behalf of our team, the Neighborhood Affairs Division, we gladly serve the more than 300 neighborhood associations, homeowners associations, and condo associations here in Tallahassee, and we are glad to be your neighbors. Round of applause. Yeah. Also representing here our neighbors from Griffin Heights. We have representation from the Frenchtown neighborhood, Greater Bond, Ox Bottom Crest, if you could just wave your hands, as well as Sherwood Park. So again, we thank you for this honor, and we are glad to be your neighbor. Thank you.
Excellent. I too want to take a second and recognize Ashley Edwards, who is Director of Parks and Recreation, where Neighborhood Affairs falls underneath. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a nationally recognized Parks and Recreation department, and our Neighborhood Affairs is second to none. As you heard, they support over 300 neighborhoods in our community. They do a wide swath of incredible services, and that's one of the reasons why Tallahassee is so great, and I'm sure you will agree, because we have wonderful neighborhoods, and we have a wonderful team that helps support those neighborhoods. So thank all of y'all for being here. We certainly do appreciate it, and thank you so much. All right. right, next up, I'd like to ask Commissioner Matlow to please come join me with a presentation on National Recovery Month. And I know that we have representatives from the Oxford House that are here as well. If you will please come join us. Commissioner Matlow.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Doing well. From the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas behavioral health is an essential part of health and one's overall wellness, and whereas prevention of mental and substance use disorders work, treatment is effective, and people recover in our area and around the nation, and whereas preventing and overcoming mental and substance use disorders is essential to achieving healthy lifestyles, both physically and emotionally. And whereas we must encourage relatives and friends of people with mental and substance use disorders to implement preventive measures, recognize the signs of a problem, and guide those in need to appropriate treatment and recovery support service. And whereas to help more people achieve and sustain long-term recovery, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy, and the Oxford Houses of Florida invite all residents of Tallahassee to participate in National Recovery Month. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of the mayor and the city of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize September as National Recovery Month.
There's a lot of y'all. First, let me say sorry for my clammy hands, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner. Okay. My name's Cody Evans. I'm an addict in long-term recovery, and what that means to me is I have not found a need or desire to use a drink or a drug since July 19, 2022. And I am very honored to be able to come up here to the City of Tallahassee, where I reside and work with Oxford House, where we have 12 active recovery homes who are in the business of saving lives. And with me, I have Douglas, who is my housing services chair, who does nothing but service for the area and the other members inside of the houses. I have Trella, who also does nothing but service. He's my Chapter 27 chair. I have Clay, who is an alumni who is successfully moved out of a house. Sorry, still a little nervous. Successfully moved out of a house and loves the fact of what Oxford House does and how we save lives, and he continues to help and be a part of that, alongside with Kelly as well, who also moved in, successfully moved out, rebuilt her life, and is providing it and pushing it forward. So thank y'all, everyone, for this. This is pretty freaking cool.
While we're staging, I want to thank my friends from the Oxford House for coming out. They came to my office, I guess a week ago, where we celebrated with Proclamation Recovery Month, and we decided that this was too important, that they needed to be in chambers to start this meeting off to celebrate Recovery Month. Very proud to call you my friend and for everything that you have accomplished. Great job. Representing the City Commission, the Dean of the City Commission, Mr. Curtis Richardson, will be presenting a proclamation on behalf of John G. Riley Center and Museum Day. And I would like to call representatives from the City of Tallahassee's John G. Riley Center and Museum that are here with us to come on up. This is an exciting time. Commissioner?
All right. Fantastic. Thank you, Mayor. It is my absolute pleasure to present this proclamation on behalf of the Mayor and the City Commission, and the proclamation reads, whereas the city's John G. Riley Center and Museum, located at 419 East Jefferson Street, stands as one of the last physical reminders of a thriving middle-class African-American community called Smoky Hollow that existed downtown at the turn of the 20th century. And whereas the house, which this year celebrates its 135th anniversary, was built in 1890 for John Gilmore Riley, a self-taught educator, community leader, businessman, Mason, and formerly enslaved man who lived in the two-story Queen-style house throughout his tenure as principal of Lincoln Academy, which we now know as Lincoln High School, Tallahassee's first high school for African Americans until his death in 1954. And whereas the Riley family remained in the home until 1973, when they sold it to the City of Tallahassee. And whereas the house was placed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1978 and restored with funding from the city and Department of the Interior. And whereas in 1983, the city transferred the home's deed to the John G. Riley Foundation, led by Altemise Pemberton Barnes, to establish a museum to preserve the history of African Americans in Tallahassee. And whereas the John G. Riley Center and Museum became a founding member of the Florida African American Heritage Preservation Network and stands today as a beacon within the community on track to hit record visitor numbers this year. And whereas the John G. Riley Center and Museum, which is operated by the City of Tallahassee through its Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Affairs Department, presents numerous educational and cultural programs annually, including its current exhibition, Blacks in Tallahassee from the Antebellum period to the Civil Rights era, which is second of a four-part, four-year series. And whereas for over 20 years, all Leon County fourth graders and their teachers participate in an interactive lesson in local history and culture founded by the Riley Museum called Blended Lives each February. And whereas the family-friendly and welcoming John G. Riley Center and Museum is steadfast in its commitment to preserve history and enrich the community through positive engagement and collaboration. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of the mayor, John E. Daly, by the authority vested in me as the proud mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby proclaim September 24th, 2025, which would have been John G. Riley's 168th birthday, as John G. Riley Center and Museum Day, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city to be affixed, and it's signed this day, September 17, 2025, by the Honorary John E. Daly.
This is indeed very nice. Thank you all so very much. My name is Aaron Myers. I'm the director at the John G. Riley Center and Museum, and we work hard every day to preserve and push forward Mr. Riley's remarkable legacy, and of course, be good stewards of the historic Riley House. There are a lot of folks in here. We would love to see you all visiting real soon. You mentioned the current exhibit, and of course, learn more about Mr. Riley's life. I am wearing a lapel pin. We are celebrating the 135th anniversary of the house that was built. Y'all are wearing them, right?
Yep.
I see my, and you can have one too, just want to become a member of the Riley Museum. And then lastly, you would expect Ms. Barnes to be here. She is away in Milwaukee. It is an honor to continue building on her legacy as well. She just won a national award with National Trust, and she's on her way back now. So thank you again, and we look to see all of you real soon at the museum.
Aaron, thank you so much.
Thank
Can we
you.
get a picture?
Absolutely.
You know what? You go ahead and do the introduction. I'm going to walk them up.
The The reason that I attended Florida A&M University is because of the marching band. I didn't play an instrument, but I wanted to be where the band was. And so today we will be honoring the retired band director of the Marching 100. From the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas Dr. Julian E. White, Distinguished Professor of Music, Chairman of the Music Department, and Director of Bands at Florida A&M University, served with distinction as Director of the famed Marching 100 from 1998 to 2012, succeeding its founder, Dr. William P. Foster. And whereas Dr. White, a proud Jacksonville native and FAMU alumnus, class of 1959, earned his BA in music education from FAMU, his MA from the University of Illinois, and his PhD from Florida State University. And whereas under his leadership, the internationally acclaimed Marching 100 performed at multiple Super Bowls, the Grammys, the ESPY Awards, CBS College Game Day, and the inaugural parade for President Barack Obama, while the FAMU Wind Ensemble delivered performances at the American Bandmasters Association Convention and at Carnegie Hall. And now we can add the U.S. Open. And whereas Dr. White also gained recognition as a master drill designer, creating routines for the McDonald's All-American High School Band featured in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, the Pasadena Rose Parade, Fiesta Bowl, and featured on major television networks and international ceremonies such as Bastille Day in Paris. Dr. White was recently inducted into the National Battle of the Bands Hall of Fame. You may applaud. And we're not done. And whereas Dr. White's decades-long legacy includes exceptional awards, including the NAACP Achievement Award, Thurgood Marshall Outstanding Achiever Award, Martin Luther King Jr. Leadership Award, Distinguished Professor Advanced Teacher of the Year, FAMU Teacher of the Year, the highest honor from Kappa Kappa Psi, and numerous other accolades recognizing his leadership, teaching, and service. And whereas Dr. White's influence extends well beyond FAMU through his roles as band clinician, adjudicator, and consultant for school, regional, and national music organizations, and through local tributes, including the naming of a road in Jacksonville, Julian Earl White, PhD Parkway. And the Dr. Julian E. White Fine Arts Complex at his former high school. And now therefore, I, John E. Daly, by the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do recognize Dr. Julian E. White for his extraordinary contributions to music education, for guiding the cultural heartbeat of our community, and for inspiring generations of musicians and non-musicians who carry forward the rhythm of excellence he embodies. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tallahassee to be affixed, and the lovely signature of our proud mayor, John E. Daly. Dr. White.
Thank you, Ms. Cox, and to Mayor John Daly. I'm just at a loss of words. I appreciate this honor. You know, you can receive honors around the world, but there's nothing like coming back at home. I know the city commissioners. I know many of you are my friends, and I am honored that you would take the time out of your lives to come and help me receive this award. I have taught 65 years, and I've been over the world. But there's nothing like being awarded by your family and friends at home. at home, and I am indeed proud and honored to have done so. I will cherish this award for the rest of my life, and I thank you so much for your friendly kindness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have with me my lovely wife, Deneen, and I also have my daughter, Tanya, and my granddaughter, Mallory. And I see all of my former band members and staff from Florida A&M here. And I just want you to know again how appreciative I am to be here today in this venue to be honored by you. Thank you very kindly, and thank you for being here.
And I did not recognize the current band director in the house, Dr. Shelby Chipman. And 2 words, Joe Bullard is also with us.
Dr. White, it was an honor to be part of the ceremony a couple of weeks ago in church honoring you. And Dr. White, it's an honor to have you in chambers today to be able to honor you as well. To the young people who we're also going to honor coming up in just a second, I want you to take a second and recognize you have a true legend amongst you. And as we talk about the ball field in a second and honor you, and as we strive for excellence, that is excellence right there. And I highly encourage you to take the opportunity, probably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and introduce yourself after we get through the proclamations and the presentations, because Dr. White is truly one of a kind. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to present the next proclamation, and I would love to invite all members of the Tallahassee Fire Department that are here with us today to please come forward to be honored. I love it. This is great. This is great. Come on, Chief. Too many times we read about political squabbles or this or that. Let me remind you, we have the finest fire department in the United States of America right here in Tallahassee. And we have the finest fire department you will find anywhere in the world. It is an award-winning fire department, and we love our fire department. And they play such an incredible role right here to keep us safe. Ladies and gentlemen, from the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas the City of Tallahassee is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting Tallahassee. And whereas fire remains a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and the presence of lithium-ion batteries in many household devices introduce unique fire risks, and whereas most of the electronics used in home daily, including smartphones, tablets, laptops, power tools, e-bikes, e-scooters, toys, they're all powered by lithium-ion batteries, which if misused, damaged, or improperly charged can overheat, start a fire, or explode. And whereas the National Fire Protection Association reports an increase in battery-related fires, underscoring the need for public education on the safe use of lithium-ion batteries, and whereas residents should follow 3 key calls to action: buy only listed products, charge batteries safely, and recycle them responsibly to prevent battery-related fires. And whereas lithium-ion batteries store a large amount of energy in a small space, An improper use such as overcharging, using off-brand chargers without safety certification, or exposing batteries to damage can result in fire or explosion. And whereas the proper disposal and recycling of lithium-ion batteries help prevent environmental hazards and reduce fire risks in the home and community, and whereas Tallahassee first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of fires throughout prevention, safety education, and community outreach, and whereas the 2025 Fire Prevention Week theme, Charge into Fire Safely, lithium-ion batteries in your home, serve to remind us of the importance of using, charging, and recycling lithium-ion batteries safely to reduce the risks of fire in homes and our community. Now, therefore, I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize October 5th through the 11th, 2025 as Fire Prevention Week and urge all residents of Tallahassee to make sure their homes have working smoke alarms and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of the Tallahassee Fire Department and Emergency Services. Read into the record by me, your mayor, John Daly, dated today's date, 2025. Chief, it is my honor to present you and the department this proclamation. Thank you for everything you all do each and every day. Chief, a few words, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commission, for your continued support of me and the fire department. I have the privilege of leading a dynamic group of men and women who provide top-tier service to this community. And it's an honor for me to stand here with them today, side by side, as we prepare to celebrate Fire Prevention Week. At this time, I would like to ask Captain Clary, who is our public education coordinator, to come and talk about the significance of Fire Prevention Week and the events we have planned and this year's theme.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Chief Sanders. Thank you all for being here today with us as we start off Fire Prevention Week on October the 5th of this year. Fire Prevention Week, it's important that we recognize Fire Prevention Week because we still have fire-related deaths around this nation every year, both civilian and on-duty personnel. So we will never stop through education and prevention until we get that number to zero and we keep that number to zero. That's our commitment to you and the commitment to everybody in this community. With that being said, Fire Prevention Week, October the 5th, 2025, we're going to have a big touch a truck event at 3535 Appalachian Parkway at the Walmart parking lot. There'll be food, activities, there'll be a variety of trucks that you can bring the kids out to see, touch, take pictures, and come hang out with your fire department. Tallahassee Fire Department is your fire department. And we want you to come out, hang out with us, get some fire safety information. We'll have bins there to drop off your lithium batteries. We'll properly dispose of them. We want everybody to stay safe. Go on our social media accounts. Follow us for more tips and information. And please, just come out and hang out with us for Fire Prevention Week. We thank you so much.
Thanks, Gary.
Hey, young man. Hey, pretty good. You're good, man.
Okay, gentlemen, before I call you up, once again, I want you to take a good look at these men and women right here at the Tallahassee Fire Department, because these are true heroes that work each and every day to keep us safe and to pursue a career in fire services or police services as a noble career. But I want you to take a good look at these men and women for what they do each and every day to keep us safe, because we live in a great, great community. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you will please stand and help recognize the 2025 Tallahassee Babe Ruth 13U All-Star Team and the Tallahassee Babe Ruth 2025 14U Baseball Team. Gentlemen, coaches, please come down and join us. Great. And just come on down, gentlemen, come on down. Moms and dads, you need to know that we have a professional City of Tallahassee photographer that will be snapping pictures the entire time. We will get plenty of pictures. We will be more than happy to share them as well. But hey, this is a proud moment. So moms, dads, if y'all want to fill in down here, wherever you want to get your pictures, you're more than welcome to as well. If I can have the coaches come join me as well. Ladies and gentlemen, from the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, I have a proclamation for each team, and they are identical. I will read it once. Whereas the Tallahassee Babe Ruth 13U and 14U All-Star teams proudly represented the City of Tallahassee and the state of Florida during the 2025 Babe Ruth All-Star World Series, with the 2025 Babe Ruth 13U World Series held in Jamestown, New York, and the Tallahassee 14U Babe Ruth League World Series held in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Whereas the teams demonstrated exceptional skill, determination, and sportsmanship, with the 13U team finishing the season with an undefeated record of 14-0. Where's my 14U? Raise your hand, 14U. 14U, all right. With an undefeated record of 14-0, including a 6-0 record during the World Series, and the 14U team finishing the season with an undefeated record of 17-0, including a 7-0 record during the World Series. Okay, one more time. Where is my 13U team? And where is my 14U team? Excellent, gentlemen. And whereas in the championship game on August 23rd, 2025, the Tallahassee-Leon County Babe Ruth 13U All-Star Team defeated the 13U All-Star Team from Stamford, Connecticut by a score of 13-5. And whereas in the championship game on August 16th, 2025, the Tallahassee-Leon County Babe Ruth 14U All-Star Team defeated the 14U All-Star Team from Mexico by a score of 9-2. And whereas the 13U team was led by head coach Mike Harrison. Coach, where are you? Raise your hand.
All right, thank you, sir.
Along with assistant coaches Jimmy Haig, Kip West, Grant Harrison, and the 14U team was led by head coach Bruce Williams. Coach? He's not here. Got it. And assistant coaches Paul Mock and Taylor Mock. And whereas these men volunteered their time, let me say that one more time, volunteered their time to be role models out there on the field with our children. Volunteered their time and energy to coach these boys, and in doing so, provided outstanding leadership, guidance, and mentorship that shaped not only championship players, but also young men of character and integrity. And whereas we celebrate the accomplishments of these teams, coaches, and families who have brought pride, honor, and joy to the Tallahassee community. Now, therefore, I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize the 2025 Tallahassee Babe Ruth 13U All-Star Team and the 2025 Tallahassee 14U Babe Ruth All-Star Team for winning the 2025 Babe Ruth World Series. Read into the record in front of each and every one of you, dated with the date today, September 17th, 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions.
Mayor Daley, other commissioners, thank you very much for having us here today. It shows these young men that hard work will pay off in the long run, never fails. One thing that Mayor forgot to mention is I coached at TCC, and he came out and threw the first pitch a couple times.
I did.
And he actually throws from the mound. He will go all the way back. And he threw a strike, too. But without a shadow of a doubt, the true backbone of the parents of these young men that put in their time and effort. We can't thank them enough. Yes. Thank you very much.
Coach, we'll get a couple. Picture together. Okay, so guys, stop, everybody together. All right, guys, that's sweet. Okay, now, we got two more shots. 13 coaches, 14 coaches. 13 coaches.
Go on three. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. 14 you. Come on, Tim. Absolutely.
On 3. 1, 2, 3.
I don't know who from the Public Information Office can help us assist, but if we can make somebody available so that the parents have the contact of who to get the picture from, that'd be great. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, what a great way to start off. Mr. Manager, do we have any announcements to come before the City Commission?
No, sir.
Okay. Do we have any appearances by other governmental entities to come before the City Commission today?
No, sir.
Okay, we are on the consent agenda. Have any consent items been pulled?
Other than what was mentioned.
Item 8.03 has been pulled.
Okay, 8.03 has been.
Sorry, excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Items 8.01 and 8.03 have been pulled.
Correct. Anything else since the?
No, sir.
Okay. So the new 8.01, which is 8.02, authorization to apply and accept, and then the approval of term contract, and then the approval of consultative ranking. Okay. All right. Are we all on the same page of what is still on the consent? Excellent. Do we have any public comment on any of the consent items?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm looking at my
Move
colleagues.
acceptance of the consent. agenda.
Second.
Been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Okay, we are on item number 9.01. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item seeks commission approval for the proposed 2026 City Commission meeting schedule. The schedule is attached to the item. This particular schedule proposes 12 regular meetings during the course of the year, including 3 workshops, the City Commission retreat in January, as well as the City Commission reorganization meeting. It mirrors this year's schedule. We seek your approval for the proposed schedule.
All right, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Commissioner Porter, you pulled the item. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Respectfully, I'm going to vote no, just because I think it's important to have 2 meetings a month as the standard. Thank you.
All right, is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1 with Commissioner Porter in dissent. All right, we are on City Commission 10.01. Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. This item calls for appointments to the Tallahassee-Leon County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. As you know, that body has 7 appointments by the County Commission, 7 appointments by the City Commission, including 5 that are appointed individually by each of you. And then there are 7 appointments on an at-large basis from the commission itself. So there are several names here tonight for ratification. The first is Seat 1, Commissioner Matlow's appointee, Carla McClellan, eligible and interested in being reappointed. Seat 5 is Commissioner Porter's appointee, Cristela Sestanga, eligible and interested in being reappointed. And then the other 3 seats are the ones that you are approving here from the commission itself. Seat 19, Kay Ignacio, is eligible and interested in being reappointed. Seat 20, Kimberly Berry is eligible and interested in being reappointed. And seat 21, Michelle McKendrick is eligible and interested in being reappointed.
All right, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Commissioner Porter, I'll come to you for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to ratify option 1, to ratify the 5 appointments.
Excellent.
Second.
There's been a motion by Commissioner Porter, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We're on 10.02. Ms. Toman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 10.02 is the approval of an election of a member to the Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare Board of Directors. As you know, the Board of Directors of TMH, pursuant to the lease agreement with the city and the hospital's bylaws, provide that elections of directors are subject to confirmation by the City Commission, and that if no action is taken within 60 days after receipt of the proposed changes, those elections are deemed approved by the city. In this case, the recommended action is option 1, confirm the election of Dr. William Dixon to the Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare Board of Directors.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, we do have a speaker on this item, Stanley Sims. As Mr. Sims is aware, but for the benefit of everyone else, he has 3 minutes for remarks. With 30 seconds, it'll turn yellow, and I'll give you a heads up.
Name and address for the record, please.
Stanley Sims, 1320 Avondale Way. Healthcare is a very important component of any thriving community. We're very fortunate here in Tallahassee to possess the ownership of a very nice hospital, one that I visit frequently because of my own personal illness. And I'm very excited over the fact that we, and when I say we, the City of Tallahassee owns this great asset. Home rule. Mr. Mayor, I have heart problems, and one of the problems that I have, and City Commissioner Richardson, is that half of my medicine that I take have not even been tested on African Americans. But having a hospital that we own, that we are allowed to choose the board members, makes me or gives me the illusion, if nothing else, that I have a greater say in my health care. Trust me, on April 28th, on my birthday, when I had a heart malfunction, my wife had access to someone who could make things happen. Have you ever been in the hospital and they send you to customer service? DEI is real. I don't have anything against FSU, but FSU is state ran, governor ran. For some reason, that doesn't give me any comfort. That raises my blood pressure. I love the ability to know who will be on the board. So when I'm in the ER, I'm dropping names. Y'all know I'll do it. It is a privilege and an honor to have a hospital that we own.
You're at 30 seconds.
And I don't want to lose that privilege nor that honor.
Our next speaker, please.
Murray Moore is here for questions, otherwise no speakers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, is there a motion to approve the member of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously, 5-0. Any other appointments to come before the board tonight?
No, sir.
Sir.
Okay. Do we have any introduction of ordinances, Madam Attorney?
We do not.
All right, we're on policy formation and direction, 12.01. Madam Attorney, Mr. Manager, any introductory comments before we turn over to Madam Attorney?
Yes, sir, if I may. In fact, I believe Director Mike Alfano, our planning director, will provide the presentation. I'll defer to the city attorney for comments, but this was requested at your August 20th meeting that we bring information related to relatively new legislation that was adopted in 2025, and Mr. Alfano will provide the presentation.
Mike, good to see you.
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I don't have a PowerPoint, but I am going to go over some of the high points of this legislation as we lay out in the item. This is a piece of legislation that was signed into law in June of this year, took effect July 1. It was framed as a emergency preparedness and response bill, but it does contain some very wide range of government preemptions. We include a full analysis that was provided by the Florida League of Cities in your materials at attachment 2 that outline the full impacts of the legislation, but I'm going to focus on two provisions, Section 18, Section 28, which are pretty similar and that contain those broad government preemptions. And so who are impacted by these preemptions? Pretty much every county in the state of Florida falls under these two sections. Section 18 extends these preemptions to any county within 100 miles of landfall of a named storm. It does not make clear as to whether that's 100 miles from where that eye landed, 100 miles from the outer bands, so needs clarity there. And then Section 828 is retroactive to August 1st of 2024 through October of 2027. And what are these preemptions that we've mentioned? So there's three of them. There's one that puts preempts any moratorium on construction or redevelopment of any property. Two, that prevents any more restrictive or burdensome comprehensive plan amendment or amendment to the local land development regulations. And the third is no more restrictive or burdensome process that as relates to development or development approval. Now, both these legislations provide exceptions for private property owners to bring comp plan amendments for their properties that they own, and they each create different causes of action. Section 18, that's the one that has that 100-mile radius from a storm when it makes landfall. Any person can challenge a law under that section. Section 28, that's that retroactive to 2024 up until October of 2027. You have to be a resident or a business owner to challenge a local regulation under those provisions. What we've seen around the state is that there have been a number of local governments that have been impacted by this legislation. Our own gas station moratorium would have fallen under these preemptions. We also saw a local moratorium on residential development be challenged under SB 180. Some comp plan amendments around the state have been challenged under these provisions, but we believe that our comp plan amendment is distinguishable from these comp plans that were challenged under SB 180. They contained very specific land development regulations and more restrictive urban growth boundaries. Also, new and raised transportation impact fees around the state have come under challenge under this legislation. In terms of future actions, there are some local jurisdictions that are anticipated to file a legal challenge against SB 180 later this month on the basis that it's unconstitutional. And then in speaking with the Florida League of Cities, our legislative staff and folks in that arena around the city, there's high expectations that this legislation is revised in some way in this next legislative session. So both the League of Cities and our legislative consultants will be advocating for change to provide clarity and reduce some of these impacts to local governments. The city attorney and I worked on this item jointly, and we're happy to answer any questions that you all may have on it.
Excellent. Okay, Madam Attorney.
Oh, that's true, that we worked on it together, so everything that I would have covered has been covered. But, and you may have said this, Mr. Alfano, but I just want to really clarify that, or make it known that one of the issues with the legislation is that the terms more restrictive or more burdensome are not defined. And so that makes it very difficult to understand how to even interpret the statute. I think that, to Mr. Alfano's point, I think that the legislature will, that's made known. And I think that, if nothing else, that may be something that gets addressed at the next legislative session, which starts next week.
Sure. Mr. Alfano, I know that you really worked hard to bring us this analysis, and I appreciate that.
My pleasure.
Short turnaround. We do appreciate that. Before I turn it over to Commissioner Porter, who I think originally requested this item, let me check. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
Mayor, we do have one speaker on the item, Mike Brazine.
Okay. Good to see you. Name and address for the record, please.
See you all too. I'm Mike Brazine. I live at 1401 North Randolph Circle, and tonight I'm representing the Alliance of Tallahassee Neighborhoods. And we would very much like to see Tallahassee-Leon County's comprehensive planning operation flourish. Therefore, we really urge you to join the ongoing lawsuits as they arise, or initiate our own against the provisions of Senate Bill 180 to usurp local government jurisdiction and control over the local planning process. We also urge you to ask our state legislative delegation to pass legislation in this next session, eliminate the provisions of Senate Bill 180 that usurp local government jurisdiction and control over planning and development. So really hope you stand up to it and make sure that we can continue with our great comprehensive planning process and do what we need to do to make Tallahassee so special. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
No other speakers on this item, Mayor.
Commissioner Porter, I believe you asked for the analysis. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam City Attorney, is there any reason, is there anything unique about the coalition of local governments that intends to sue that would prevent us from, for example, joining that coalition if we wanted to?
Not that I'm aware of, Commissioner. I don't actually, the names of the political subdivisions that have committed to joining that lawsuit have not been disclosed.
Okay.
So I don't know, but it is not, it's my understanding that the particular facts are not what's relevant. So I guess the shorter answer is no. There's no reason we couldn't.
Okay, thank you. I think where I'm at is I would be interested in pursuing this, whether it's joining the coalition or filing a lawsuit of our own. Although I understand that we anticipate that the legislation will be revised and clarified, I still feel like this is an essential function, one of the most important functions of local government, and to stand up for that right and protect it is important to me, and I believe important to this community. So I would feel comfortable moving forward with whether it's an item coming back to us for options, whether it's to join the coalition or file suit on our own, more information about what that might look like to take next steps. So I would make the motion that an item come back to us outlining what next steps could be if we decided to pursue legal action.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Porter. Bring back an agenda item to pursue legal action and join on the state level with other jurisdictions. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Let's open it up for discussion. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 100 miles from any named storm, is there anywhere in Florida that would be exempt from this law?
No, every county in Florida is covered by the law.
And there's no definition of more restrictive or burdensome?
That's correct.
And if we did anything and got sued, that somebody claimed something was more burdensome, we could be liable for their fees?
Yes.
Okay. This law is, I mean, we might as well just pack up and go home. The state's telling us we don't have any jurisdiction to do anything to protect our community. And frankly, when we're seeing the types of storms Florida has, it would make sense that some communities might want to up their standards and make sure when hurricanes come through, they're not seeing the total destruction that we've seen across Florida. So this feels more like a developer giveaway than it is good law and practice. So I do think when home rule is under this much threat, it makes sense to stand up and push back. I'm not sure who the other coalition partners would be, but I would welcome an opportunity to join them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Any further comment? Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I'm always good for a good fight. I'm not always good for spending money before we know what the fight really is. And right now, we don't know what the fight really is. We don't know who the people are who are saying they're going to fight. Legislative session begins in January, of course. Committee meetings are occurring. I think first committee meeting is like
October 6th.
on the 26th.
October 6th.
October 6th. I think it's premature, personally, to go out there and say we're going to be ready to fight. There may be something to fight. There may not be. We just don't know yet. I think that we need more information. And I would hope that we will want to, before we spend taxpayer dollars, that we will get more information on this. And and being your representative to the League of Cities, I'm heading to a board meeting this weekend where we will probably get some additional information regarding where things are with 180 and other home rule issues, because we do have other home rule issues. So I would want to wait and see and keep our powder dry until it's time to use it. That's where I am.
Sure. Commissioner Porter, let me come to Commissioner Richardson first, and I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, I haven't served in the legislature. I know how things happen over there, and I think there will be an opportunity for this legislation or this chapter in state statutes to be amended. We understand that the legislature will be looking at this bill again, and so I would agree, too, that it might be a little premature at this point to suggest that we enter a lawsuit where monies are going to be spent. There may be an opportunity for, and certainly there will be opportunities for us to give input through the League of Cities and through our legislative lobbyists to give input to the legislature about our concerns on this onerous bill. I think that it does preempt too much of our local control and has to be addressed. But right now, I don't think we should take the step to go forward with any kind of legal action.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify that the motion was not to initiate legal action. The motion was for an item to come back to us with information about what that would look like. And so I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Great. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion fails 3-2 with the Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioner Richardson in dissent. So do we have a motion on the table? I'll entertain a motion to accept the report.
So move.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 12.02. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my privilege to introduce this item. Let me also ask our Growth Management Director, John Reddick, to come forward for any questions that you may have. This was an item you asked us to bring back and to designate Alabama Street, an honorary designation of Alabama Street to the Clausel family Memorial Way in recognition of Reverend Dr. James A. Clausel and Reverend Dr. Bernice H. Clausel and their decades of service to the community through ministry, volunteerism, and civil rights leaderships. The family is here tonight. We've worked on this as staff. This is an honorary designation. It is not a changing of the street name, which means it's less burdensome on the residents, and it's certainly something to celebrate tonight, and we're seeking your approval for this designation.
All right, Mr. Reddick, thank you for being available for questions. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, sir, we do. We have two speakers.
All right.
First speaker, Stanley Sims.
Second speaker?
Second speaker is Rodney Landers.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Mayor, Commission members, I've been here before, as you know.
Excuse me, sir. Could you pull that microphone down just a little bit so that the folks listening on audio can hear it? Thank you.
Okay. I've been here before. My address is 674 West 4th Avenue, Mr. City Manager. The purpose of me being here today is not anything necessarily directly to do with Griffin Heights. I'm here to let you know that the people that you're honoring, Dr. and Mrs. Bernice Clausel, Reverend Clausel, her husband, were tremendous people. They worked directly, particularly Mrs. Clausel, with my uncle over at Griffin School. I can remember mornings where the nursing home is now, Miracle Hill. That was old Griffin. Mrs. Clausel worked diligently there. And we used to go have us, we thought it was fun. She'd have us come over there early in the morning, go underneath the building, and get a bucket of coals, and take it back upstairs and throw it in the potbelly stove so the kids would be warm when they came. She was that kind of person. And we thought she made us think it was fun doing that. We didn't know we were working. But anyway, I will tell you this, tremendous people all, and to the family I will say this. They fought the good fight. They ran their course. They kept the faith. And more importantly, they went on to trade in their cross for our crown.
Our next speaker, please.
No other speakers on this item.
Well, first, let me welcome the Clausel family to Chambers. It's an honor to have you here, and it is absolutely wonderful to be able to discuss this item. Before I open it up for discussion, I would like to make the motion for approval and adoption. Is there a second?
Second.
Can we make it a unanimous second?
Yes.
Unanimous second. Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized.
I just was going to ask our mayor if we could ask her daughter, the Clausel's daughter, or whomever the family would designate to say something.
Would love to have a representative family.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right here.
Oh.
I'm Jacob Turner, and I serve God as pastor of the Calvary Missionary Baptist Church, which is the church that Dr. James Clausel and Dr. Bernice Clausel serve. You all use the word a memorial, and a quick look at the word memorial means it's a structure that established to remind people of a person or event. And so what I inherited was a spirit that was placed inside of a church where they established the National Association of University Women that gather women that are college graduates to continue doing community efforts. The Clergy Women Association, which is a group of women that have committed themselves to serving God as ministers. Dr. Bernice Clausel was probably the first female African-American Baptist pastor that was known in this area. And they've continued all through their family. Mary Clausel serving at the Red Cross and also at the Leon Sheriff's Office. Aranetta Clausel, who is everywhere all the time serving and loving people, as well as the daughters and grandchildren and everyone. And so I just want to say very simply that the Clausel's family, their entire life can be explained in one phrase, let my work speak for me. And so you can see that all over as she adopted Commissioner Richardson, He's always there. I believe Dr. Bernice Clausel told him she would whoop him if she doesn't stay there, if he doesn't stay there. And so on behalf of the Clausel family as pastor, thank you so much for the recognition. Thank you.
Pastor, thank you. And will all members of the family and friends just wave so we know who you are. Excellent. Excellent, excellent.
And so, Mr. Mayor, one of the organizations that was named, the National Association of University Women, I'm an inactive member, but I will be paying my dues. But County Commissioner Carolyn Cummings is an active member of this organization. It is a phenomenal organization, and I did have the pleasure when I was active to serve with Reverend Clausel, and she was a dynamo. You know, say dynamite come in small packages. That's who she was, and so it is an honor to be a part of making this happen, so that when in years to come, when children say, "What meaneth ye by these stones?" we'll be able to tell them the history of those who went before us, so that they won't be forgotten. So thank you, family, for allowing us to do this on behalf of your mom and your dad.
Any other comment? Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I certainly did all that I could to avoid those whoopings. But I got to know Reverend Clausel, Mrs. Reverend Clausel. I didn't get to know her husband, but I got to know her through my participation in politics throughout the years in Tallahassee, and I would always go to her for advice and support. And so at some point along the way, she said, well, you know, I consider you like a son of mine, so I'm going to adopt you into my family. And so I, at that point, became a part of a proud member of the Clausel family. Not only myself, but Congressman Lawson was the other son that was adopted. And Tallahassee, Leon County, the state of Florida probably would not be what she is today without the impact that the Clausels brought to those areas and the fight that they fought on behalf of civil rights and for all of us to make sure that all of us had those kinds of opportunities as citizens of this great state and country. And so it certainly is my pleasure to support this marker dedicated to the Clausels as a constant reminder, an unwavering reminder of the work that they did in this community and the appreciation that we have for that and what it has done to make our futures better. And I think the responsibility that we have now is to carry on that legend, to not let it die, but to carry on that legend for future generations so that they can have the same rights and enjoy the same quality of life that we have because of what the Clausels committed during their lifetime. So, Aranetta, Mary, thank you all for lending us your parents and all the great work that they've done in this community on our behalf. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't have the pleasure of meeting the Clausels, but in learning about them and reading about them, they were clearly outstanding people. And congratulations on this well-deserved recognition. My grandfather was a judge in New York and has a law library named after him, and it means so much to me to know that that is there. Even though I rarely get to visit it, I hope that you derive as much pleasure and pride as I know you will in seeing that honor. So congratulations, and I'm excited that we're able to do this together.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just let me be the last to say congratulations. What a great honor. Looking forward to seeing it out there.
As the mayor, it's my honor to make the motion for approval with a unanimous second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0.
Mr. Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
City Manager, I'm sure staff will get with them to schedule, so they'll know what the next steps are.
Yes, ma'am, we will. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on item number 12.03. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item seeks your authorization to authorize me or my designee to obtain an appraisal of the golf course parcel at 833 Santa Rosa Drive, that's the Capital City Golf Course, and prepare a proposal to sell the parcel to the country club. In this case, the course, and it's the ground, not the improved parcel that's owned by the country club itself, but the ground where the holes are on, it's been leased to the country club since the 1950s. The original lease was a 99-year lease. It's $1 a year. That still has about 30 years left on that lease. The country club is looking to invest in the property, to make improvements, and in order to do so, they need to have control of the property. And they have sent us, and you see a copy of the letter attached to your agenda item, they've sent us a request to that effect. They conducted their own appraisal, shared that with us. With your authorization, we would follow our real estate policy that we would get our own appraisal for some basis if you wish to approve this sale. We wanted to give you a little background and history. Assistant City Manager Christian Julian has been point on this. He's worked directly with the representatives of the club, and he'll provide an overview additional to what I've just said.
Thank you, Manager, and thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. As you've seen in the item is requesting your authorization to obtain an appraisal and also prepare a proposal for your consideration to sell the land that's currently leased by Capital City Country Club. The city received this letter of interest and appraisal to buy the property for $1.15 million. This site has operated as a golf course for over 100 years. In the last 70 years, that's been under a lease that restricts the use as a golf course. And today, it's an 18-hole course with storage building and equipment storage. In the letter of interest from Capital City, it states that the golf course requires investment, improvement to address several things. One is aging infrastructure. Another is to raise the standards of the course to collegiate competition, and also repair of impact from the tornadoes. And as the manager relayed, their views that purchasing the course would provide assurance for the long-term future that they could gain access to lenders and capital to do that improvement. As you know, the property also includes the site of the City Commission's commemorative effort, the current project to commemorate what we've identified through your direction to protect and commemorate as 37 unmarked graves of African Americans associated with the plantation that was there before. As the manager said, I've been in direct contact with representatives from the country club. They are fully aware of the commission's direction, and I'm pleased to share that they're enthusiastic about that and they are committed to developing that site. This would be a requirement of anything that we would bring back, any contract or any package that we would bring back for your consideration. That would be a requirement. Upon your authorization, as the manager said, we would not only bring an appraisal back, but we would run the real estate policy and all of those requirements, which would also include internal notification to department directors, external public notifications. We would put together a package of all the documentation related to the transaction. It would have been before the real estate committee and then eventually brought to you. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. I've got a couple questions, and I'm sure we have public comment on this.
Yes, sir.
How many speakers do we have?
7 at this time.
Excellent. So let me get this straight. The item before us is to give you the go-ahead to bring a formal document back in regards to sale.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So tonight's not the sale. It'd be coming back to us. Number 2, we're talking about the course. We're not talking about the buildings and infrastructure, correct?
That's right. The Capital City owns 9 acres in the middle of this course, That includes the clubhouse and the tennis courts and other facilities.
The cemetery that was referenced, what protections do we have today besides the fact that all 5 of us strongly support it?
Protections for that project?
To make sure that it is in perpetuity, always to remain untouched, never developed as the cemetery.
It's not in the current lease.
But, and I could tell you I would be interested, and I'll be interested in hearing what they have to say too. That would be part of the document that would come back to protect it in perpetuity.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then what protections do we currently have in place for the golf course, the golf course to never be developed right now?
It's in the lease that it is to be used as a golf course and other recreational purposes, which happen now, like a tennis, swimming.
If this commission decided to move forward to bring the document back, I know it would be my expectation, and I'm sure them, that is it your intentions to bring back protections in perpetuity that it could be nothing but a golf course if it was sold? That's what the neighborhood is going to be concerned about. They're not going to want it developed. They want it to stay a golf course. So legally, and Madam Attorney, I'm coming to you next before we go to public comment to see if we can clarify this. Can we protect the cemetery in perpetuity legally? Can we protect the golf course as a golf course in perpetuity forever and ever with the sale if that was to come back to us?
I believe that we can, Mayor. I haven't had the opportunity to fully research this, but I believe that we can accomplish both of those goals through deed restrictions or other documentation.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I know what point you're making, if I could just add to that? So as ACM Julian indicated, the requirement that it's a golf course is only limited by the lease today, which ends in 30 years or earlier if that lease was broken somehow. What you're asking, and this is what we've discussed internally, is we would make it deed restricted that would be in perpetuity forevermore, that it could only be a golf course. So it would be forever and not limited to the lease period. Just that would be our intention to bring that back to you in that form. And in fact, Mr. Julian has shared that with the club members, so that would not be a surprise to them. So it would be more permanent, seeing that it would remain a golf course.
Those are the 2 questions that I had clarification on. Make sure that we preserve and protect the cemetery and preserve and protect the neighborhood by keeping that a golf course in perpetuity legally. Does anybody else have any questions or clarification before we go to public comment? Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that, those 2 things that you just said are things that would, if we're not able to do those are deal breakers for me.
Right.
Just so we know that. I know that work has already been done, and I think due to COVID, it may have gotten delayed regarding the cemetery. So, Mr. City Manager, we know where the area is. Currently, I don't think there's any protections for it right now. But moving forward with this, we are looking at making sure that there are, like the Mayor said, permanent protections so that this area will be preserved, like I said, in perpetuity, forever. Okay, all right.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Julian, has the club indicated they're being amenable to these 2 issues?
Yes, sir. They are fully aware of both, and they are committed.
Okay. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor. Oh, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Mrs. Cook, we'll go ahead and start with our speakers. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't look the other way. I'm sorry, Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. So I understand from the letter, their interest in purchasing the course is that they basically need a line of credit to make other improvements. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they seem to think that they can't get a line of credit unless they own it. Have we verified that? I mean, have they been rejected?
That would, finance capability is part of the data we would bring back, or in the documentation of what credit and financing would support the transaction. So we haven't done that research yet without your authorization first to conduct an appraisal and have that conversation.
But I guess, I mean, sorry if I wasn't clear, have they sought a line of credit to make improvements on the course and been rejected? Because I didn't read that in the letter. What I read in the letter is that they were assuming that they wouldn't be approved for a line of credit or a loan if they couldn't show ownership in perpetuity or, a lease agreement that maybe was longer than the lease agreement in place, which I believe we only have about 30 years left on the lease.
30 years.
30 years left on the lease. So I guess my question is, if the issue for them is a line of credit, then is there a way that that can be resolved without having to sell the golf course? Do we know whether any alternatives have been explored?
We know that in our conversations, they have explored alternatives, and this is what they're requesting. But we haven't had a deeper conversation of what those were.
Okay. And as far as the unmarked graves, I know that I made a motion in March of 2024 that an item come back to us with an update on any progress regarding the memorialization of the unmarked graves. So has any progress been made since then?
Mr. Manager?
Because I understand that there was a plan in 2021 that was presented to us, but has anything happened since then?
My understanding right now is the focus is on the site preparation and the impact of the tornadoes that has had. And in terms of design, my understanding it's been completed, but really the focus is on the site, preparing it for the construction.
Okay.
And Commissioner Porter, if I recall, I think that we did engage, or the country club engaged the state of Florida that came out, and they did extensive work trying to make sure that all of the unmarked graves were identified. And then we butted up against the tornadoes that came through.
Okay.
And it kind of derailed. So I don't think it's lost steam. I just think that the tornadoes completely threw them off track.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Cool. Any other questions before we get to public comment? Okay, let's go to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. The first speaker on this item is John Bonham, be followed by Delatry Hollinger.
Great. Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is John Bonham. I live at 2314 Jim Lee Road in the Indian Head subdivision. This is the closest golf course to my house. I think there's about 8 golf courses in the city or the county. We have 2 municipal courses, Hilleman and the Jack Gaither, which is a 9-hole. I know that we have that the Hilleman course is profitable, so the city is running golf courses profitably. I have concerns about just giving away the land, I think is kind of the way it's kind of been stated, and I appreciate that a lot of my concerns have already been addressed here by you all. I think that, what we're talking about here is kind of like A or B, but there's also, as Commissioner Porter mentioned, there's other options out there. It is a city-owned property. Can the city co-sign on the loan? Can the city loan them money? Can the city actually go in and do improvements on their own land to get it up to speed? Because in theory, we're going to get that land back in 30 years at the end of the lease. And I have grandkids, they may want to play golf. It was a private course. It's currently a semi-private course. It's the most expensive course to play in the city. They don't really, although it's open to public play, it's open to public play Tuesday through Friday morning, Friday afternoon, Saturday, Sunday. It's only open to private. So it's a public-owned land, but they don't really promote public use on their course because of the cost. They drive people to Southwood, they drive people to Hilleman, they drive people to other courses instead of making it an advantageous, proposition. I drive to Havana, I drive to Wakulla, I drive to other places when this is the closest one to my house because it's the most expensive and because of the times that they open to the public. So I would just like to encourage the board to look at other alternatives to maybe keeping the land as part of the city and owned by the city instead of giving it away or selling it and try to encourage the course to make it more advantageous for more of the public people to play. Maybe then they would have more money in savings to do these upgrades instead of, I mean, they've only paid $1 a year. They've paid $69 over the last 69 years. That's less than it would cost me to go play one round of golf, which doesn't really seem fair. As far as property taxes, they pay about half of what the single-family home across the street pays. I've gotten this through public records, so I don't know if it's completely accurate.
You have
but
about
it feels
30
like we've
seconds.
done a lot of things to give them every benefit of the doubt, and they haven't really managed it well financially to be able to take care of themselves. And I would encourage you to keep it in the public, keep it as part of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Delatry Hollinger. Delatry Hollinger will be followed by Sheena Austin.
Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Delatry Hollinger, Wales Street, Tallahassee. I serve as president of the National Association for the Preservation of African American History and Culture. I stand before you today with joy and exceeding gladness, knowing that whatever the outcome of your decision, God's will be done, and this entire matter is in His hands. I've personally worked on this issue for nearly 7 years. In that time, the National Park Service came in November 2019 with the permission of the city and the country club, along with cadaver dogs, and found an estimated nearly 80 grave sites of slaves who were buried on the grounds of the House and Slave Plantation, now known as the Capital City Country Club. I served proudly on a memorialization committee appointed by the city manager, which completed its work nearly 5 years ago. 5 years ago. And the committee selected me to be the person who would make a final presentation of our concepts to this commission, which I did on May 12, 2021. From that day to this day, absolutely nothing has been done. Commissioner Jack Porter has made at least 2 separate motions in 2023 and 2024, both passed unanimously by this commission, asking the city manager to bring back a status update on the memorial to the enslaved, and he has failed to do so. I met with the city manager along with Ms. Perkins, the Parks and Recreation Director, as well as the Communications Director, and the manager told us that the country club controls the property and that they don't have to put anything on their property if they don't want to. Well, I say to you today, commissioners, that this property does not belong to the country club. It belongs to the taxpayers of the city of Tallahassee. There is no signage that has been erected. There are no interpretive markers. There is no fence. There is still to this day nothing to even indicate that a grave site is present. And yet, golfers are still driving golf carts over a part of the cemetery. The women's tee still covers part of the cemetery. And following the tornadoes last May, several loads of trees and debris were dumped in a portion of the area where graves are believed to be, which is also the site of the entrance to the proposed memorial. In August 1935, when the city of Tallahassee acquired a 9-hole golf course, the city deliberately pushed over the headstones and fence on the property in order to expand the course to 18 holes. We have known definitively about this gravesite now for nearly a decade and have done nothing. This is simply disgraceful. Commissioners, if you agree to sell the property, that's it. If you do sell the property,
You're at 30 seconds.
under no circumstances should you include the slaves who are laid to eternal rest here. They were sold in life, and now we are proposing to sell them in death. Commissioners, that is unconscionable. In any memorial that the city erects, I still would like to receive an answer as to what has taken so long. It should not be maintained by a private property owner. The country club has proven that they are not interested in maintaining the cemetery, and why should they be? They are in the golf course business, not the cemetery business. The cemetery property probably sits on less than half an acre, if that. What hardship would it pose to the country club or the city to continue to own this small slither of land out of almost 200 acres?
Thank you, sir. Your time has
The city of Tallahassee owes it to this community.
Delatry, thank you. Your time has expired,
for
sir.
the desecration of
Out
this
of respect
site.
for everybody, let's give them the opportunity to speak.
If you sell the property, please do not sell the
Mr.
portion.
Delatry Hollinger, thank you very much. Your time has expired. Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Sheena Austin, and then Stanley Sims.
Your name and address for the record, please. We have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sheena Austin. I am a student at Florida A&M University studying history. I have a passion for exploring historical sites, and I recently encountered a significant concern while visiting the Capital City Golf Course. The golf course had been associated with a recent tragic event. After doing further research on the suicide that occurred on the golf course, I came across a news article, like around 2019, 2020 or something. Okay. And I came across a news article of research done by Delatry Hollinger revealing the discovery of a slave cemetery on the golf course. Upon visiting the site of the cemetery, I was disheartened to find a lack of proper memorialization, such as tombstones or plaques, to honor the formerly enslaved African Americans that are buried there. You won't show some time. I believe that it is extremely irresponsible and frivolous for the city of Tallahassee to have knowledge of this and not honor or recognize the atrocities of enslavement that took place on that land. Furthermore, it is unhinging to think that this great city of so many great people will refuse to acknowledge the souls and bodies that are buried under those grounds. This absence of acknowledgement raises serious questions and concerns about the city's commitment and responsibility to preserve the memory of this historical site. It appears that the city intends to sell the land for privatization, which will effectively eliminate public access and the opportunity to pay respects and recognize the historical significance of the enslaved individuals that are buried there. I strongly believe that this portion of land should be preserved and maintained by the city, ensuring that the public can continue to honor and remember the lives of those who suffered and were buried there. This issue warrants immediate attention and should not be overlooked. I strongly believe it is the city of Tallahassee's responsibility to honor the memory of this burial site.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Stanley Sims, and then Marlon Williams Clark.
Name and address for the record, please.
Stanley Sims, still in Avondale. I was sitting there in my chair and I was wondering, Commissioner Madlow, would we be having this conversation if these was just plain white folks? I mean, not like the mayor, I mean just plain white folks, that we have found 60 plain white folks out there. Would we, I mean, you may find that humorous, but when in today's time, I think my question is relevant. And then what really makes it relevant, Mr. City Commissioner Curtis Richardson, the white man say that it ain't really open to the public, but it's public property. Just that sentence alone troubles me. And then I look at this, Mr. Mayor, and I really want to thank you because the way you set this up and what is and what's not, you took a lot of my concerns off the table, and I appreciate that. But there are some things that are cultural to me that I know it may be a little challenging. Excuse me, and I ain't prejudiced because my best friend white. That white people don't understand. Death, graves. We grieve different. If we didn't respect them when they were picking cotton, can we respect them while they are laying rest? And the management of this company have already showed that those slaves in those graves is not a priority to them. And how can you have a facility where you're only paying $1 a month, but you're the highest in the darn city? Is that intentional? Does that price us out? Does that tell the black golfers at J-Gate the Par, don't even come to Country Club, carry your behind over to Holloman? Is that one way we gatekeep?
You have 20 seconds.
I'm going to give them 20 seconds up because I appreciate Mr. Hollinger.
Our next speaker, please.
Marlon Williams Clark. He'll be followed by Jeff Blair.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have
Marlon Williams Clark, 1474 Auburn Court. Thank you for having me here today, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. I serve as the NAACP president here in Tallahassee, as well as the chair on the Council on the Status of Men and Boys. And so in 2019, Delatry Hollinger brought his concerns about the possible slave cemetery at Capital City Country Club. And later that year, the National Park Service confirmed at least 40 probable graves tied to the Edward Houston plantation. In October 2020, this commission voted to create a committee to memorialize the site. In May 2021, a plan was approved, pathways, a historical marker, and recognition of 80 to 100 enslaved and formerly enslaved persons. Yet today, nothing has been done. No memorial, no marker. Instead, the city is now, or may be considering to sell this property for $1.15 million, while estimates place the value between $7 million and $12 million. So my question is, why would we undersell this land if it was going to be sold? Who is benefiting from selling at such a low price? And let us be clear, this is not private land. This is not the land of Mr. Gold. This is not the personal property of any commissioner. This is public land and it belongs to the people of Tallahassee. Yet there appears to be an unwillingness by the city or whoever is in charge to act with urgency on this issue despite repeated direction from this body and repeated calls from the community. Ask yourselves, if these were your ancestors, would you accept this level of delay, this lack of dignity? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about dignity. If these were the bodies, as Mr. Stanley said, of white people, would there be such what seems to be a blatant dismissal of the memorialization of the deceased? I will not speak on the private conversations I've been told about, but it is clear that there has been an effort to ignore the promises that have been made. Additionally, the Capital City Country Club currently leases this land for $1 per year, a lease executed in 1956 for 99 years. This lease was historically used to avoid integrating a city-owned golf course. For decades, the membership at Capital City Country Club remained exclusively white. Given this context, it would seem far more reasonable for the city to address the outdated and inequitable lease before even discussing selling the land, especially without first.
You're at 3 minutes.
Fulfilling the promise of memorializing the bodies of African Americans. And if they are leasing at $1 a year, I would say, maybe they should be better stewards.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jeff Blair. Jeff Blair, and then Jacqueline Perkins.
Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Jeff Blair. I live at 1803 Old Fort Drive in Tallahassee, Florida. I'm here to speak on behalf as the Vice President and Chair of Governmental Affairs of Woodland Drive Neighborhood Association. Our board voted unanimously to adamantly oppose this sale and even pursuing this deal. I need to kind of gain my composure. I was very moved by the previous speakers. I was on the site when the National Park Service was there, and it's a very powerful place. And our board also voted unanimously in favor and stands in favor of an enslaved people's memorial being built there as soon as possible. That aside, this sale, we believe strongly that the city should retain ownership of the property in perpetuity. And that the only use of it should be, and I say this reluctantly because this isn't really my choice, a golf course that must be open to the public, but better yet, as additional green space park for the city of Tallahassee to connect our areas to allow people to safely go through our community. The stated intention of the country club, that they want to capitalize, you need to capitalize this by selling the property or for, buying the property for an absurdly underinflated price. I actually read the appraisal. They use the highest and best value methodology. Well, that's based on the fact that it's a golf course. Well, it's a development. That thing's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm going to have to bring your concerns back, because having something as a deed restriction, there is Florida statute that allows, there is a process where you can reverse that. So it's not like it has to be forever. Yeah, it's a good thing to have it in perpetuity deed restrictions, that it has to be a golf course or a park. Doesn't guarantee it. It's been done, and Florida has a specific law, which our attorney, I'm sure, will look up and find that there is actually a process in place. So I'm not satisfied with that in perpetuity. And I don't think that we should be in the business of picking business winners and losers. So I don't think that's a good course of action. We need to retain this property. We need to ensure that it remains in the public trust and not rely on deed restrictions, and not allow these people to buy the property, even for $10 million. I just think it's a terrible idea. And I mean, it's almost, I'm sorry, but I'm really upset about this. I think this is a terrible idea. And I've only just begun. We're going to follow this to the very end. I mean, please do not sell our property, our public property, and please protect it from these people.
Our next speaker, please.
Jacqueline Perkins, and she'll be followed by Ramona Abernathy Payne.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Jacqueline Perkins, Keith Street and Blue Jay Drive. I'm not here on behalf of any organization. I'm here to speak in my mother and father's stead, because they are both dead. During their entire lifetime, they spoke out against segregation and discrimination. They fought for equity and justice for all. Though there were many nefarious actions by governmental and private entities to deny blacks access to employment opportunities, basic human services, and even recreational facilities, the city's decision to lease its golf course to the Capital City Country Club in 1956 was one of the most egregious. The property was leased, as everybody knows, for $1 per year for 99 years. That means the city has received a grand total of $69. Why? To circumvent a federal court order that prohibited segregation of municipal golf courses. This action and other discriminatory deeds served as the catalyst for my father's decision to establish the Negro Recreation Council, which he led during the 50s and 60s. Comes now the Capital City Country Club, which is to purchase the golf course, which is still owned by the city. As you deliberate the issues pertaining to the sale of this property, and as you interpolate and extrapolate the financial data, I ask you to consider the following. This 170-acre property is public land and includes a cemetery that is a final resting place for the bodies of formerly enslaved persons. The country club has never respected the grave sites and refuses to allow for the placement of an historic marker to acknowledge the presence of the bodies. During a meeting that I attended with Delatry Hollinger, the city manager advised that the city could make the country club place a marker on their golf course. This was in December of 2022. If the property is sold, it should absolutely not include the cemetery. The country club is claiming that this property is worth just over $1.1 million. To say it nicely, they are being disingenuous. Ostensibly, they want to continue to take advantage of the citizens by lowballing the property value. Haven't they had enough perks by paying only $69 over the 69 years that they've leased the property? The city has also lost millions in revenue that could have been generated if the golf course had been leased at a fair market price. All of us have lost the opportunity to have programs funded using that revenue. The 1956 agreement to facilitate segregation also cost the city hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax revenue because the city continued to own the property. The club proposes to allow a local university use of the course if they become the owners. What an insult to the black community. If they were sincere, they would let the golf team use it now. How How about starting today?
3 minutes.
I implore you.
Perkins.
I implore you to seek competitive bids and
Thank you,
to
Ms.
maintain the cemetery and to provide
Thank you, Ms.
memorialization.
Thank you.
I didn't get the 20-second warning. What happened?
I gave it, must not have been loud enough. I apologize.
All right.
Our next speaker, please.
Ramona Abernathy Payne.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Ramona Abernathy Payne, 2006 East Indian Head Drive, and forgive me, Mr. Hollinger's words have really hit me. In the 52 years that I've lived in Tallahassee, 48 and a half of them at least have been within a couple of miles of Capital City Country Club. I have long known the cloud under which the racial discrimination has existed there. I came into this meeting tonight thinking, oh, I didn't care whether they sold it or not, not for the lowball figure that the country club offered. But what I've heard here tonight has completely changed my mind. The land must be protected, the graves must be protected, and if any portion of sale to those people would undermine that, I'm strongly opposed. Don't sell the country club. Don't sell the golf course. Don't sell the land.
Our next speaker, please.
Mayor, that was the final speaker on this item.
Okay, real quick, I got a question for the real estate division. Are they here? Yes, sir. Robert, thank you. I know it'll be part of, if this commission decides to move forward to bring an agenda item back, it would be part of it. Several people testified to the price that has been associated with this. Can you speak to whether it's undervalued, overvalued, or how that appraisal comes about? But more importantly, moving forward, what is the process?
As to the value of the property and the appraisal that was done, an appraisal is an opinion of value. So I'm sure their appraiser is willing to stand behind that. I have not reviewed that technically enough to determine that, and I would like to have our own appraisal done before I
Well, that's part of the process, right?
Right. And that would be the process, is us to have our own appraisal done. We would have to go through our public notifications, our internal notifications per the real estate policy, and any subsequent agreement would have to go through the real estate committee and come back to this group for approval.
Does the appraisal that they submitted, does it include the buildings and the facilities, or is it just the course?
Well, it's kind of a unique property because it's a split ownership. The city owns the golf course. The private entity owns the clubhouse, the tennis court, and the pool.
Got it.
It's kind of hard for a golf course to exist without a clubhouse. And that played into the valuation. And it was also a valuation assuming that the property would remain a golf course. If it were to be done at a highest and best use would likely not be a golf course, and the value of the property would be much higher.
Correct. So it was valued at a golf course?
Right, valued as a golf course without clubhouse facilities.
How does it go? Where do we go from here? What's the process, the real estate process?
Real estate process would be to have our own appraisal done, analyze compare and contrast the differences between those appraisals, and just basically it would come down to a negotiation process.
Okay.
And we would not be obligated to sell. Well, they have put their offer out there.
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem.
Robert, thank you for that. If you were an appraiser, and I know you have been, when you're appraising a property, if there's a cemetery on the property, what does that do to the value of the property?
It all depends on the location of it. If it's a prime location and it affects what the property could be developed with or the property's highest and best use, it would bring the value of the property down. If it is somewhere on the property where it is in an area that can be preserved in a conservation process, it may have no impact at all. It really would just depend on the situation.
Thank you. Also, Mr. Mayor, several speakers, this is not for you, Robert, but several speakers have said that there's nothing that has been done, and I know that not to be true. because this has been a conversation that's been going on for years. So I know that we were almost ready to implement the memorial. Almost ready to implement the memorial. There were some complications dealing with semantics. That's what it was, semantics, or wording, or what to be prescribed or described on the memorial. It got beyond that, is what I understand, and then tornadoes hit. And now, from what I understand, the condition of the area is unsafe. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
It was at one time. I'm not sure the current status, but that was a factor. Yes, ma'am.
So all of those things have to be taken into consideration. And, you know, I get it. But to say that nothing's been done is not true. We can't say that. You can say it may appear that nothing's been done, but if you haven't talked with people who are doing the work, then you can't say explicitly that nothing's been done. There has been work being done. It may not be what we want, may not be the conclusion we want, but here's an opportunity to continue this work, make sure that the individuals who are there are memorialized, are respected, and are cornered off and sectioned off so that, again, as we just named a street, did a memorial for a family. Here's another opportunity so that when folks ask us what means he by these stones, we can tell them the history of the people who came before us who are resting in that space and place. And not just there, but other places in our county, throughout this county, throughout this state. And I think we just have to be very careful and let's work together on what's the best way to go forward. And many of you said $1 a year, $69. What is that doing? Nothing. But we have contracts like that throughout this county where you got prime real estate being, rented for $1. And so here we are with someone who owns the building that's sitting on the land that belongs to the city, belongs to you. What do you want to do? You want to continue to collect $1 a year? Or you want to figure out a way to take the proceeds to do something for you, for the community with that? I don't know what the number is, what the right number is. I'm not in real estate. I can't say it's a lowball number. There is a number. But we need 2 data points. We need what they've offered as a number, and we need to know what it is really valued at. And whatever it is, if a decision is made to sell, those dollars, those funds will go into, Mr. City Manager, what's the deficiency fund?
Yes, ma'am.
Which helps us when we're deficient, and we're deficient right now, as I understand. Our deficiency level, we have a percentage that we have to try to keep so that we don't have to keep coming back gouging our community to make things operate. And that, that may be gibberish and maybe want to some folks, but it's very important when we're looking at how we spend dollars and cents to maintain our community. So I'm interested in seeing and hearing what our appraisers come back. And who knows, maybe it's something that we decide, no, we don't want to do that. But we at least need to know what we're talking about, what we're working with. And so I am in favor of moving forward to bring back the information so that we can make a decision one way or the other. I've been very clear to the city manager, the 2 deal breakers for me was the cemetery and making sure that this land won't be developed into houses and condos and all that kind of stuff. I won't be here forever. None of us will be. But for the time that we can be here to make sure that doesn't happen, I think that we are responsible for doing that. And so that's where I am, Mr. Bear.
Is that a motion?
It is a motion.
Option number 1.
It is a motion to bring the information back, because you can't do much if you don't have all of the information. So we've got to have data. I've said that plenty of times. We got to have data.
I will second the motion, and I'll just say for the record as well, and I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate the comments of everyone that has testified here today. I think we have an incredible opportunity. Let's look positive. Based on the sale of this, we could actually take proceeds from the sale not only dedicated to the reserve, but we would have more than enough money to bring to fruition the dream of the community that came together originally. Why ever we're in this place of it hasn't been done yet, we can do it. And we would have the dollars dedicated to be able to do it moving forward. I do have complete confidence in the real estate division to make sure that the process runs its course and that the appropriate number is brought to the city of Tallahassee. I do have confidence legally, Madam Attorney, in being able to put in the appropriate protections in perpetuity so that the golf course could never be developed into housing or anything, but would be preserved as a golf course. And in fact, I think that the improvements to the facilities and everything out there would only benefit the neighbors in the neighborhood and their property values. But I'm like Commissioner Williams-Cox. The deal breaker is any opportunity for any future development of that golf course in the future, period. And then number two, making sure that we properly preserve the cemetery with signage, with maintenance, with everything that the community came together to design. And I think we have an incredible opportunity to do so. So I am willing to take the next step and have it be brought to us, but I wanted to be very clear on the record what my thoughts are. Commissioner Richardson, we'll just go down the line.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I, too, agree that those issues would certainly be deal breakers for me if they were not included in this deal. And those are the kinds of questions that I've asked as we've had this discussion. Two things that I wanted to ask. One is, why has it taken so long to address the memorial? I know that there have been obstacles, but that's been a long time for nothing to have happened. And so I would like to hear some explanation as to, why this hasn't happened now. Then secondly, if the club is not able to maintain the property, if they're not able to get the financing that they're suggesting they wouldn't be able to get unless they owned the property or control the property, what happens next for them? Do they break the lease? I mean, what happens in that instance? If they're saying they can no longer make the kinds of improvements because they don't control the property and can get the kind of financing that they need, what happens in that respect? Like I said, are they considering breaking the lease and turning the property back over to the city? And if that happens, what does the city then do with a golf course that does not have a clubhouse and a pool? So that's another question that I have. I'm okay with going forward with having information brought back to us, more information being brought back to us to consider, but I'm not in a position to go forward with actually turning this property over to the club at this point. I would be concerned that, given the fact that, they've had this property for 69 years now and have known for several years that those grave sites existed, and they have done nothing. They have done nothing themselves as an organization to move that effort forward for the memorialization and commemoration of that site. I have an issue with that as well, and that's why I asked, are they amenable to ensuring that these issues that we've said are deal breakers for us are actually adhered to? I'm not sure. And so those are the kinds of questions that I want to have answers to before I would be comfortable going any further with just getting the information back on the value of the property and the deal breakers that we talked about. So that will be what I will be looking for when this comes back to us. If I'm not convinced then that those kinds of things can be addressed, then I'll make my decision at that point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Matlove.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. People were sold in life, don't sell them in death. And that touched my soul. I want to start, I have a lot of questions. Is there a representative from the Capital City Country Club here that I could ask? No? Okay. Then I have questions either for the manager, Mr. Julian, maybe. Can we speak to a lot of comments on how we ended up in a lease with this company to begin with? Can we speak to that history of why we have a dollar lease with this golf course?
Yes, the history is, it precedes 1935, but it came to the city, it was deeded to the city, the property, the whole golf course in 1935. And at that point, there was some upkeep, there were some investments on the clearing the debt, and in 1956 was when it was then leased back to the Capital City Country Club. So I think 1 year later, they purchased the 9 acres that they own today, which is the clubhouse and the tennis courts. And that was in the first year of the lease. And that brings us to today. So they have been operating under, they have operated as a lessee to the city for roughly 70 years.
Okay. And was that lease entered into in the 1950s to stop black people from playing at a municipal golf course?
That's not in the lease. The lease was entered into for a number of reasons in the stated lease. It was to more capital to make it more solvent. At the time, it was to address the finances, and there are a number of things stated in the lease for the purpose of it. I did want to also include that the lease includes a first right of refusal on the sale of the property. And we will address that going forward, but that's also included.
Okay. And so the letter we received on the agenda item is signed by the board, but not an individual. On Sunbiz in the last 3 weeks, most of their directors have been removed except for a secretary. Who are we, or who is the city in contact with at Capital City Country Club?
Yes, the president of Capital City is Fred Baggett. We've also been in contact with Jay Revel, who is a member, and he was also a member of the committee that was involved in putting the commemoration plan together among the citizens as well as other representatives.
Okay. And the commemoration came to years ago, at least 4 or 5 years ago when we started this conversation. Speakers today spoke that there are still golf carts being driven over these graves and golf being played. Have they been unwilling to let us move forward with the commemoration there?
That is not my understanding. My understanding is that, as I said before, to my knowledge, the design has been completed. It was impacted by the tornadoes, and the focus right now is on site, or to my knowledge, has been on site readiness. We can bring those details back if the commission is interested in the next item.
Okay. I'm interested in knowing, has the city not fulfilled its obligation that the board directed, or has the golf course prohibited us from doing that? I would like that information to come back. On the value, so I want to say this about a property that, a company that has had a property for $1 lease, because they mentioned multiple times having dire financial straits in their letter. They say that they're at a competitive disadvantage to Seminole Legacy and Killearn golf clubs. I don't understand that. I think it would be a competitive disadvantage to the other clubs for us to be leasing the entire golf course for $1. I think that would be a competitive advantage to this golf course. And the idea that you can't borrow money to improve property you don't own is just not true. I've spent hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars approved by my bank to invest in properties I don't own. What banks are looking for is your financial solvency, whether you have the ability in your business plan to repay the loan. And what I'm hearing is they're not solvent enough to invest. Even though they've had $1 a year lease, they don't have the financial withdrawal to reinvest in this property to continue. It sounds like a failed business. That's what it sounds like to me.
Well, Commissioner, I think that'll be part of the conversation. Okay. You know, to now, it's just hearsay. We don't know what the financial status of the club, and I think that on the record, maybe we shouldn't assume things and wait and have that discussion if we decide to move forward as a body.
And I'll continue. So in their letter, Mr. Mayor, to us as one of the reasons they need to purchase this property, and let me... One, they claim that their lenders are not likely to make sizable financial commitments without certainty in the long-term future of the land. We have long-term future of the land because they have a 30-year lease at 1 year. So they're not able to show, based on what they're saying, they're not able to show an outside lender that they'd be able to repay or make money under the current lease and to be loaned that money. Further down, it says that at multiple times over the course of the lease, they've had dire financial straits with folks coming together to help them get across. So I don't know what their situation is now. I just know the situation that they presented in the letter to us. So my question would be, like, if they can't make it work now, why would they be able to make it work if we sold them this property? It sounds like they want to then borrow against the land that they don't own right now for funding and be at a competitive advantage to their competitor. So I don't agree with that. On the appraisal, I respect the appraising company that did it, but looking at the highest and best use, it's not a golf course. It's redevelopment of hundreds of acres, which is valued 10 times, 20 times, or more, probably multiple. I mean, we're talking about 200 acres in the urban core of the city of Tallahassee, and the appraisal that we were given is comparing us to a golf course in Wakulla, in rural Wakulla, a golf course in southern Georgia. And in all due respect to those communities, our urban core land is much more valuable. The amount of people in our urban core that can go to a golf course and become members and play games, we have a lot more of them. Things are more expensive in Tallahassee just because of our geographical location and our population. So the $1 million is way off. So I will say, where can we go from here? I don't support bringing back an agreement with the Capital City Country Club. I would support doing an outside appraisal if that information is desired by people. But I would look at, there's much better opportunities for this land that we can talk about that keep the golf nature of it in place. They mentioned wanting to partnership with FAMU and to have NCAA requirements. I don't think any of those things we need to sell this golf course to accomplish. So I want to present some alternative options that we could consider. The first would be, if they're not financially able to continue with the course, we could offer to buy their 9 acres. We could offer to buy the clubhouse and bring it under the city of Tallahassee, including our 200 acres, which is the vast majority. And then we can work with FAMU or other entities to see the best way to open up this golf course. Then we would be able to protect the unmarked graves on the property and make sure that they're being treated with respect. Another option that we have that I don't support, but I think is an option if we wanted to, is we could look to bond the improvements that our property needs, renegotiate the lease, and be reimbursed for for those. So rather than paying a bank, we would keep it. We'd be able to renegotiate the lease. They wouldn't be able to say what happens to the cemetery. We would renegotiate that in a new lease, make the improvements, and then if they're profitable, they'll be able to make the new lease payments to us. If not, it could revert to the City of Tallahassee. A third option would be looking for other outside partners. I'd be interested to see if folks at FAMU or other institutions would have an interest in this golf course and look for a partnership. But I don't think, with everything we've been told today, the entire history that we've seen today, the financials that were given to us today, we can move forward. So if the motion were adjusted to just do an appraisal, I would accept it, but I'm not going to accept bringing back a proposal to sell to the Capital City Country Club today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Manager, is there a reason that no item came back to us after it was unanimously supported that an update come back to us? And it's been a year and a half since.
Mr. Manager.
Commissioner, I'm not sure of the reason. I think some of the discussion about the history, there has been a lot of history here. We know last year, I don't remember the order of the commission discussion, but the tornado affected the land, and that ultimately delayed some of the efforts. And so we've talked about it a lot internally. There's been a lot of planning. There's been a lot of design. There's a lot of readiness. And so there's still progress. I'm not sure the status timing of the agenda item, though.
Thank you. And I appreciate that, and I understand that there may have been setbacks. It's just important that when direction is given, I mean, that could have been the update, that there have been setbacks, that the tornado set us behind, whatever it is that the update is. I mean, that's the point of an update. So respectfully, I just think it's inappropriate that a second time a motion's been made that it be a year and a half before we get an update. As far as where we go from here, I'm interested in seeing, I don't want to see the golf course fail, and I do think we need to. Commissioner Richardson asked a very good question. You know, what happens then if it does? And I don't think anyone wants that. And so whether it's considering other partnerships, considering other financing mechanisms, or considering a purchase by the city, I'm interested in knowing what those options are. I'm not interested in supporting a motion today that we prepare a proposal to sell the parcel. But I hear from my colleagues the interest, at the very least, in obtaining an appraisal, and I would support that. But I share the concerns that have been raised and just feel personally that it's premature to give the direction to prepare a proposal to sell. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, motion on the table for option number 1 has been made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by the Mayor. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
And the motion passes 3-2 with Commissioner Matlow and Commissioner Porter in dissent. We're on item number 12.04. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me invite Reginald Fwani forward. Reginald is our general manager of our Community Beautification and Waste Management Department. In this particular item falls under that direction. As I mentioned at the start of the meeting, this item was originally a consent item. We moved it from consent and provided updates to the item following the County Commission meeting on Monday. There was a sister agreement. This is the request of the county for the City of Tallahassee to provide certain services, and they would pay us for those landscaping and mowing services. At their meeting, the original discussion was a 2-year agreement followed by 2-year renewal periods. The county had a long discussion, indicated a general willingness to use another source than the City of Tallahassee, ultimately voted to seek a one-year agreement with the city. So we've updated that information in the agenda item. I think it would be helpful to understand the scope. And I know Mr. Ofwani, I think, has a visual that might help us with this, or at least could describe it. But if I could generally describe the situation, there are areas, I think this is Capitol Circle that we can see on the screen. There are certain areas that weave in and out of the city's limits. And so where we're providing the mowing and landscaping, it, kind of abruptly ends, and that becomes the county's responsibility. For many years now, we've done all that work entirely. The county reimburses us at cost. We don't make money at it. We tend to be able to do it at a very effective cost, and so that's been the case. And so now we enter this period where we either renew or the county can self-perform, or there's a variety of options. What's before you now, based on the county's action, is a potential one-year agreement where we would continue providing that service at cost, and then the potential to renew it. But let me ask Mr. Ofwani to give you a little more details. I think that helps, and then we're seeking your direction.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and the City Manager. I think it's better to put things in perspective. This whole arrangement started in 2019, and it was when, Capital City, the Capital Southeast and all those areas were constructed. And it was a nice area, and everybody felt like we may need to have some consistency in terms of the beautification of that area. And so the county called, negotiated, and talked with us and see if we can continue, if we can do a part of it. And what you have in the information provided in front, it's you look at the total area. We started off from the Woodville area, and then you can see a patch of green. Green is the area we're talking about for the E2. We call that the E2. Your agenda has E2 and N2. So the E2 area is just that specific area, and the area that is not shaded is the city. City maintains those areas. So looking at it, we felt the consistency for us to just do the whole area, and it brings up much, much better. It looks much better. And then the next thing was the N2. The N2 area basically takes it all the way from the southeast area and crosses the Pensacola area, and then goes all the way to Lake Monson and Pensacola Street. That's the area we're talking about. And as you can see that there isn't much of any open area. But the important thing that we had is we had the transfer station. The transfer station has so much debris, and that is because of a lot of trucks that goes in and out of that area. And so our responsibility was to take care of that. As the mayor always say, we need to take care of that area, or not even that area, this whole city. And he talks about how trashy some areas are. I just wanted to let him know we pick up trash in that area every week. And that is to make sure that that area maintains much more aesthetics, but also folks coming down from the airport. It gives a better gateway coming into the City of Tallahassee. So those were the things that we started adding. But when we talk about mowing and landscape, sometimes people mistake that. And when I was listening at the commission meeting, it was very interesting. Lawn mowing is just take your lawnmower right through, kill the grass and everything, and you're done. When you talk about landscape, it requires so much meticulous things that you have to do to ensure that, it maintains the aestheticness of that area. You have to put some, spray stuff in there. You have to make sure that the covers are taken care of. Those are part of the things that we do. And then the trees are there. The trees have to be maintained. And so those things, we make sure that they were all taken care of. So after that 2019, we kept on, we dealt with those things. And then that was last year, we were negotiating and talking about the contract. So in that contract, they wanted us to, continue to see if we can do that. But fortunately, they had to be the ones to trigger the contract negotiation. So when they did that opportunity, they did not do that on time. And so they had to continue to maintain that from June of this year to the current date. So Leon County is maintaining that area. And the issue that we have now is they, with the agenda item that was taken to the commission, they really wanted us to say, okay, can you all do it for 1 year? We initially wanted to do it 2 years, and then subsequently 2 years, two extensions. So that's where we are, and just I'm glad to answer any questions from you.
Right. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. Ofwani. I think that's helpful. I think there's another piece of information, and I think it was clear from the county commission's discussion, is that they desire to use a different vendor. I don't think it's fair to say that they prefer to use the city. I think we're the best option, and we've been happy to do it, and we've done it at cost. As they explored the matter, they were self-performing over the summer, as Mr. Ofwani has indicated. They tested the market. What they indicated they found, that our cost is about $145,000 a year. They found that the cost was somewhere around $200,000 a year. But I still think they believe that they can use a different vendor and do it for less than that. And that's the nature of the one-year agreement. I think I would characterize it as a bridge agreement. They desire to have a bridge agreement to find a different solution. And so we bring this item to you today. It was on consent. It typically would be a consent-style item. But we're looking for your direction to either renew the agreement or execute the agreement for a year or take a different direction. It is currently being maintained by Leon County.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir, we do not.
All right. Colleagues, before I come to you, Mayor Pro Tem, let me just say, I'm kind of inclined to be good neighbors and just pull out of the, pull our bid out and let them go in their different direction now.
Second.
That is kind of the direction that they showed the other night. And, we got a lot going on and trying to build goodwill. We should just go ahead and allow them to move in that direction. I would make a motion that we withdraw our proposal out of their RFP process so that the county can go in a different direction.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, can I just confirm? So we're not participating in the RFP. We would just withdraw.
Just withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I didn't. So that would allow them to go
Yes,
to
sir.
RFP.
That's correct.
Understood. And I'm sorry, my confusion. So yeah, we'll just withdraw our proposal, which allows them to go. It's cleaner for them. They can go to RFP and move forward from there. That's my motion. Seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So right now, is there a line on the street? What is happening right now? 2 different crews are going out, and
Mr. Mayor, thank you. So we do the portions of the city, and then the county crews do those, and they're very familiar with it because they have to do it all the time. So you do have different entities, different people doing different things.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm inclined to just do the 1-year agreement and move forward. It seems like it would be in the best interest of everybody. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No point.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Commissioner Matlow, I'm not sure if it's in the best interest of everyone. If you watched that meeting the other night, they spoke a very long time about this. They're feeling very passionate about this, and I just don't believe in making people do something that they don't want to do. And unfortunately, something's happening. I don't know if it's in the water, or what it is, but something's happening, and it's happening, and it's spreading. And I just don't want to be a part of it. And I just think that if the county, I heard one commissioner say that they can just take a lawnmower and go out there and do that, then let them do it. Let's not hold them. Let them go do what it is that they want to do. They spent a long time talking about this. And I just think we just need to let them be free. Let them go do what they want to do, what they need to do. That's going to be in the best interest of everybody, in my opinion, because then they'll be free to do as they roam about the country, as the commercial says, and do what they need to do.
Motion on the table is to withdraw our proposal, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did hear about the meeting and the discussion at the meeting. I haven't watched it yet. Is withdrawing what they want, or did they want a 1-year gap contract so that they can then request bids and sever ties with the city?
Mr. Mayor, I think I'm going to characterize my observation of it. I would say it's their preference to use a different vendor. I think that's safe to say. there was a lot of the conversation was nearly an hour long. So I think it was their preference, do we have that off-ramp? Ultimately, they settled on authorizing a one-year agreement if we accepted it. They also did include that if it was not accepted, if the city chose not to continue on, that they pre-authorized the county administrator to conduct an RFP process. So they're poised not to wait. They now have the authorization to do the RFP. Again, they're self-performing today, so that's how they're executing it today.
Okay.
I presume they would just continue doing that until the RFP was completed.
Okay, so they won't be in the position then where there's no one to do it if we pull out at this point?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
There would be continuity today.
Okay.
They're doing it now themselves.
Okay.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little confused on what so the direction in the item says, after further discussion, the county commission passed a motion to alter the interlocal agreement from a 2-year with automatic extensions to a 1-year term with automatic extensions. So that sounds like they wanted a 1-year.
That's what they voted on, that's correct. And they also authorized the county administrator, if the city didn't agree, which is up to you tonight, for the county administrator to do an RFP. So they anticipated that.
But it wouldn't characterize what their body sent over to say what they want is us to pull out. It sounds like they want a 1-year agreement. In the event we decide to pull out, they're prepared to go to RFP.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, I'm totally characterizing it based on my observation of their desire to move away from the city as the provider. I think that was abundantly clear. And
Okay.
They did take that action. So we characterized it correctly in the agenda item, what the action was taken. But I think the sentiment was they wanted another option.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we got a motion on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1 with Commissioner Matlow in dissent. Do we have any other business come before us between policy formation and direction?
No, sir.
Okay, colleagues, I think we are going to go ahead and take a break now. We've got a long public hearing ahead of us. Instead of trying to, we have about 7 or 8 unagended speakers. We would not get through everybody now. So we're going to go ahead and take a break and then come back. We've got a full public hearing, and then we'll do unagended. We'll do the sharing of ideas. We are in recess till 6 o'clock. In the afternoon, I'd like to call the public hearing of the Tallahassee City Commission to order. It is Wednesday, September 17th. We have several items on the public hearing, so I don't want to delay anymore. Let me go ahead and turn it over to the manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. This is the second of your required 2 public hearings in your budget process to adopt a millage rate and a balanced budget. Robert Wiggin, our Director of Resource Management, will provide a brief presentation, and the city attorney will walk us through the requisite steps of adoption.
Robert?
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor, Commissioners, appointed officials, and members of the public. As City Manager noted, this will be the second and final public hearing for the adoption of the fiscal year 26 budget. Tonight we will with this second public hearing, we will be adopting a $942 million operating budget and a $268 million capital improvement plan for fiscal year 26. Within that budget, that's balanced with a millage rate of 4.4072 for the city of Tallahassee, and also adopt a millage rate of 1.0000 for the Downtown Improvement Authority. This budget, as is typical this time of year, we also authorize the city manager or his designee to enter into service contracts with nonprofit service providers that are directed by our Citizens Advisory Committee analysis. This budget features the efforts that we've made in all departments and across all funds to streamline operations, consolidating work groups, using cost-cutting technology, and that efficiency and effectiveness across the organization enables us to save nearly $6 million critical for balancing our general fund budget, which is constrained by ad valorem tax rate that you've set to be among the lowest, among the largest 25 communities in the state of Florida. In addition to being a budget that's balanced, it continues to fund some of the directives, strategic priorities in homelessness, neighborhood resilience, mental health, and the agency capacity that we build through our CHSP process and through our programs like TEAM and TEMPO. Those human service and public safety directives that you've given us have been accomplished in that general fund by those cost savings that we've identified as we go through this budget process. I'll note that in addition that this budget includes 12 positions for Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Affairs, opening a new senior center, greater maintenance for the number of parks that we have. We've committed to 20 new positions in the police department, and of course in the fire fund, 26 positions for the busiest stations in our communities. The contract that you're authorizing the city manager to enter into, we're in the second year of the renewal of the 2-year funding cycle for the CHSP process. That funding in fiscal year 26 is $2.9 million. That CHSP process contributes more than $120 million to local nonprofits since its inception, and it's a collaborative effort with Leon County. So in brief, the greatest part of our process, the greatest part of our agenda tonight is really the process that we must go through. Unless there are immediate questions, Florida statute directs the next steps that we take to adopt the millage rates and the budgets for the city and the downtown improvement authorities. And we'll also ask that you authorize the city manager or designee to enter into service contracts with the nonprofit providers. With that, we're ready to begin the legislative process.
Excellent. Sounds great. Madam Attorney?
Yes.
We pass it to you.
Yes. So I'll just preface this again by repeating, as Mr. Wiggin mentioned, as part of this agenda item, there'll be a recommended action in addition to the approval of the millage and budget of the city and the DIA, and that is to approve the fiscal year 26 funding allocation for human services partnerships and authorization for the city manager or his designee to enter into service contracts with nonprofit providers. The vote on this item will take place after the millage and budget items approvals. Florida statutes section 200.065 requires that 2 public hearings be held for adoption of the fiscal year 2026 budget. This is the second and final public hearing. Neither the date of the first hearing, which was September 3rd, 2025, nor today's date conflicted with any county commission or school board meeting hearing dates. There are several steps that we must go through tonight pursuant to the Truth in Millage Act. The Truth in Millage Act requires certain steps to be taken in a certain order and requires certain things to be read into the record. Those steps are in the agenda item if you want to follow there, but the first item is to read into the record the following. The final millage rate for fiscal year 2026 is 4.4072 mils for the City of Tallahassee and 1.0000 mil for the Tallahassee Downtown Improvement Authority, which millage rate is more than the aggregate rollback rate of 4.2296 by 4.69%. Resolution number 25R-43AA, which is provided to state the percentage that the final millage rate is above the rollback rate, is in attachment A to the agenda. The next steps are to allow public input on the city's final millage and the city's final budget. If anyone has signed up to give public comment, they can speak on either the final millage or the final budget for the city at this time. In compliance with Florida statute, section 200.065, the date of this hearing was advertised in the Tallahassee Democrat on September 12, 2025.
At this time, I will call for public speakers on the city's final proposed millage rate of 4.4072 and for public speakers on the city's final budget. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Mayor, we do not have speakers on either of those items you named.
My goodness. Anybody here wish to speak on the proposed millage and budget of the City of Tallahassee for fiscal year 25-26? Madam Attorney.
That concludes public input on the city's final millage and the city's final budget, unless there are any other speakers on those items. The next steps are to allow public input on the Downtown Improvement Authority's final millage of 1.000 mil and the Downtown Improvements Authority's final budget. If anyone has signed up to give public comment, they can speak on either the millage or the budget for the DIA at this time. In compliance with Florida statutes, section 200.065, the date of this hearing was also included in the trim notice, which was mailed to all property owners in August by the Leon County property appraiser to advertise this hearing. I'm sorry, it was actually advertised in the Tallahassee Democrat on September 12, 2025.
Excellent. Thank you. At this time, we will call for public speakers on the Downtown Improvement Authority's final millage and for public speakers on the Downtown Improvement Authority's final budget. Do we have any speakers, Mr. Clerk?
Mayor, we have no speakers on either of the items identified.
Do we have anyone here that would like to speak? Madam Attorney.
That concludes public input on the Downtown Improvement Authority's final millage and the Downtown Improvement Authority's final budget. Again, unless there are any other speakers on those items.
Last call for any speakers. Now it is time for commission discussion on the final millage rates and the final budget. I will start off by saying, Robert, congratulations to you and your team once again. I always get very excited. Really, this is the only thing a municipal government by law has to do, which is pass a balanced budget, and everything flows from here. For the past year, you and your award-winning team have worked around the clock, working hard as can be to get us to this point. We've had many workshops, public hearings, and to come to the place where a municipality of 200,000 residents and not a single person is here to object to the work that you and the team have done is amazing. And I applaud you and I thank you. Let's open it up for discussion and direction.
Move acceptance of the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, so let me make sure that I have the appropriate language here. There is a motion for approval of adjustments to the city's proposed. No, excuse me. I am following my script, so put me in the proper place.
That the green is only if there were adjustments. So where it's, is there a motion for approval of the city's final millage?
So move.
Second.
There is a motion for approval by the Mayor Pro Tem and by Commissioner Richardson. Any final discussion? Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Disappointed today that after our last meeting, we weren't able to find a resolution with our county colleagues on the future of fire services in our community. As I stated then, I'm not going to support the millage increase unless we were able to do that. I think it's important that we build the fire stations that this community is looking for. I think instead we've seen heels are dug in even deeper today and try to find compromise and do what we need for public safety. So respectfully, I'm not going to support the millage. Thank you.
Commissioner Matlow, I did not mean to be rude to speak to the attorney. You know we have to do this word by word by law. I did hear and recognize your opinion on the proposed budget. Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to, on point for Commissioner Matlow's disappointment regarding fire services fee. Mr. City Manager, is it okay if I ask the fire chief to come and answer a few questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I wanted to be clear, very clear, about why we are where we are with the fire services fee communication. At one of our budget workshops, Chief, you shared with us what you and your staff have determined what level, what manner of fire services we needed to provide, not only in the city, but in the county. And you made some recommendations. Would you share with us some of those recommendations that you made at that time?
Yes, certainly. So in the June workshop, my team and I put together a presentation or a proposal to move forward with 26 additional positions to the fire department. Of those 26, what we're trying to accomplish is to add 4 persons as a minimum to 5 of our busiest units. That's something that my team and I have identified. When you look at our call volume, the last time we opened a station and added to our staff was in July of 2015. So 10 years ago, our call volume has went up 83%. Those 5 units that we've identified to have a 4-person minimum run 64% of those calls. And a 3-person minimum, which is our current minimum staffing, a 3-person minimum on a single-family dwelling, which is a residential home, when we respond to that as a fire, we only get 12 resources or 12 personnel on that incident. The National Fire Protection Association recommendations, which is the guiding standard for fire departments all across this country, recommends 16 to 17 personnel. So we're right now on our initial dispatch, we arrive with 12, which is 71% of the standard. Our recommendation of having a 4-person minimum on 5 of the busiest units will put us at 88%. So we're still not at 100%, but this was an incremental approach to try to provide for the safety and welfare of our employees. That was our ask. That was what you approved, and we're prepared to move forward with it. We thank you for the support that you've provided us. Just to give some context, when we talk about a 3-person minimum fire unit, that is an engineer. Their role is to drive the apparatus and manipulate whatever needs to be done on scene. There's an officer, whether it be a lieutenant or a captain. Their role is to provide supervision to make sure that we are hitting the tactical objectives that are necessary to mitigate the incident. Oftentimes, with a 3-person minimum, an officer is performing just like the firefighter because they have to be right there beside them. Their role is to provide oversight, supervision, direction, and monitor for deteriorating conditions so that we can make appropriate decisions, withdraw, whatever needs to be done. So my team and I, looking at what's best, what's safe for our employees, the 4-person minimum on 5 of the busiest units was our recommendation. You supported it, and we ask that you continue to support that action.
So to be clear for anyone who's watching and listening in the public, for the safety and for being able to accomplish the goal of protecting structures from being totally burned, you need to have a minimum of 4 instead of 3. Because when you have 3, you have an officer who is providing oversight and doing the work as well. So in order to keep the employees safe, in order to achieve your objective of not totally losing a structure, then you needed these additional folks. And so your recommendation, your proposal was to provide that level of staffing so that you could be able to provide that type of service. You have, I know that even last week you all swore in new officers. How many new firefighters or fire staff have you hired in the past several months?
Well, for the entire year of 2025, it'll be 47.
47. How many had you done previously?
Last year, I don't have that number with me, but nowhere near 47.
Nowhere near 47. So we have the interest, we have the people who are getting the training and want to be firefighters, and we're doing that. How many? I heard this the other night. I want to verify this. How many fires occurred in the unincorporated areas in the past year?
I do not have that available right now.
It was reported 400 at the Leon County Commission meeting the other night in the unincorporated area. So we've got our fire engines running out there to take care of in the unincorporated areas, not just in the city, but in the unincorporated areas. And you had mentioned also about the ISO. Could you explain a little bit more? Because I heard the county attorney say that she called the Office of Insurance Regulation, and they indicated that none of this had any bearing on your ISO. So would you explain in layman terms what the ISO actually means? Because back in 2008, in my encounter with the fire department and firefighters, we were told then we were way behind, and here was an opportunity to bring us up years later. So if you could explain what that actually means.
So the Insurance Service Organization sets that standard. Currently, we are ISO 3. We were trying to work towards an ISO 2. The Insurance Service Organization does not have a metric or a description or an example of situations where it's guaranteed that your rate will be lowered because your rating reduces. However, fire departments and municipalities all across the country are pursuing an enhanced rating. I can assure you, if our rating went from a 3 to a 4, 5, or 6, then there would be some impact.
Increase in
Insurance
our
premiums,
insurance, okay.
yes. Because the insurance service organization, they evaluate your water system, they evaluate your communication system, and they evaluate the capacity of your department to deliver service in the time of an emergency.
And then with the building of the fire stations, the Fire Station 17, Lake Bradford Road, how much of the unincorporated areas would it have covered if we built it to scale to provide for that type of coverage?
If we built it to scale, I think that was going to be 90% would be the unincorporated area.
Okay, so most of the reason for it was to provide the service faster in the unincorporated areas where 400 fires in parts of it had occurred in the previous year. So this would have helped probably to help reduce some of those. And then the expansion of Fire Station 15 on the north end, how much of the unincorporated areas would it have covered?
Now that I don't have with me,
Okay,
but
but
the majority of it would be
more than today.
unincorporated.
I remember. I'll help you, Chief. I'm good with numbers. It was more
I know
than.
your job is to do fires, not numbers.
It was more than 90%, because those were relevant questions we were asking. So both combined, they were about 90% of the service area that those two stations would cover were in the unincorporated area. So, which stands to reason the majority of the space is out there. So they were largely going to serve the unincorporated area by their service territory.
Okay.
On point, Mr. Mayor.
So if
Just a second,
Can I
just a second. Finish your thought, and then we'll come to you, Commissioner Matlow.
Okay. So, in summary, had we been able to get this accomplished with our sister government, we would have been able to expand the level of service in our community, make our community safer, being able to get there faster, more efficiently, with more people to try to prevent the complete demolish of a structure. Had we been able to do these things, and the total that we had determined would be less than, but if you want to round up, it could have been around $5 per household per month. Is that correct?
Correct,
And we would have been able to accomplish all of these things
correct.
by your measurement.
By
Thank
my
you.
measurement, yes.
Commissioner Matlow on point.
I was just going to ask, 90% of area, what percent of calls would be Fire Station 17 within the city limits versus the county?
It would be difficult for me to give you the level of call for 17 because that station is not in existence, but I can tell you that Station 4, who would respond in that area currently, Station 1 and Station 3. Station 4 is 13.7% of the calls total. So a great deal of that would be in 17's territory. Same for 1 and 3. But to say exactly how much is in that area, I don't have that data.
Hold on, Chief, so let me get this straight. Station 1 is in downtown on Adams Street.
Correct.
Station 3 is,
South Monroe.
Station 4 is,
Appleyard Drive.
and between those four stations, that's what's feeding all the way out southwest?
Those 3 stations are the ones who go out southwest. And then we have a fire station that's all the way out Highway 20, which is Station 14.
Good, Commissioner Matlow, you're going to continue?
That was my on point, but I have comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Can you help me out, Chief? So when we met in June, I think it was a 22% increase that was proposed, and we were going to fund all the new fire positions, the collective bargaining agreements. I think there was debt refinancing, there was equipment and building, the Station 17 and 15, and there was the ISO rating, and that was a 22% increase to cover all of that going into the next fiscal year.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think I can answer that. No, I didn't see Robert. I was looking for Robert.
Okay.
I didn't see him. Robert's our expert. I think he can help answer that.
I was looking at Robert when I was asking.
Oh, okay.
Apologies, Chief.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner. Yes, when we entered into the discussions with Leon County in January of this past year, we estimated about a 25% increase in rates necessary. That included Fire Station 17 construction and a greater cost for construction because of inflation and material costs. Fire Station 15 renovation expansion. It also included the wages, new employees for those stations, equipment, and that was then as we went through that process with the county and sharing that information with our rate consultant, their result came back as a 22% increase, or about $5 a month. Now that's slightly different because in Zone 1 and Zone 2 there's a difference in rates, but that just for simplicity purposes, that $5 is accurate.
Okay. And so in June, the county had offered to fund the majority of, before they backed out and have taken a position, they're not going to fund anything. They agreed to fund a majority of those items except for the ISO rating. I think out of $44 million, it was $8 million that they didn't want to fund over the next few years. Now, what's being proposed is a 10% or so increase on just city residents, but not county. And so that 10% increase doesn't cover any of those things we discussed in June, other than the firefighter increased staff.
Yes, so we recognize that our original estimates when we went into the 23 agreement with the International Association of Firefighters was less than the contract that resulted. So that cost plus the officers that we began to hire to staff Fire Stations 17, having worked through 6 months of the Accenture study, the chief started to hire those positions. When we look at that cost can be covered by city residents for a 9.98% increase.
Okay.
That also doesn't reflect that some portion of that normally would be incurred by the county. And as we went through the process of revisiting that, we've acknowledged that, we've identified what that is.
Okay. So where we were in June and where we are now is so materially different because there's so many impacts based on this feud with the county that we're not realizing for the next fiscal year. The fire stations in particular, everything they agreed to except for the ISO rating, all those extra things we're not able to fund this year, even with the 10% increase. That's why I didn't support the millage rate and said we need to go fix this with the county because we still haven't fixed it. We're going to have to be discussing 2027 soon, and there's still not a willingness to sit down at the table and negotiate that. I know we're on the millage rate conversation, so I'll ask more questions during the budget conversation. Thank you for the presentation, Chief. I support all of the firefighters that you've hired. I support making sure we add those positions. I make sure we pay them what was negotiated. I think we can do that. Unfortunately, we don't have time to do it now outside of a general fund transfer and reserves. That's how I support funding those positions for this fiscal year. But I'll follow up in the budget when we get to the budget item with more comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I was just going to go to Commissioner Porter.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify for the benefit of the public that we're not voting on the fire rate. We're talking about the millage rate.
Thank you. And yeah, but it all rolls in. And since Commissioner Matlow mentioned the fire services, I took this opportunity because these are questions that I think our public really needs to know to put this in place. And Commissioner Matlow, words matter. We're not feuding. I'm not feuding with the county. We may have a difference of opinion or what. I can't speak for them, but I'm not feuding with them. I am trying to do what we've said we were going to do: support firefighters, build these fire stations, and hire folks for them. We've already begun to hire. We've already identified funding, money that we've gone and been able to acquire that we may have to now give back, because if we're not going to be able to go forward with it, then we can't keep it. So there's a lot of things that were put in place. It's not just a simple this is this. there are a lot of things that happen that has to take place in order for this to occur. And the residents on the south end have been waiting for this fire station for 20 years. And it's unfortunate that we may not be able to bring in the caliber of a building that they deserve. Well, I live on the south side, that we deserve or need, and that includes the people in Woodville and other unincorporated areas, because of less than $5 per household per month. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We have a motion on the table made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson, for approval of the city's final millage rate of 4.4072 mills as set forth in resolution number 25-R-43AA, attachment A. Recognizing that the final aggregate millage rate is more than the rolled back rate of 4.2296 by 4.69%. Did I cover all of our legal basis?
Sir, thank you.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
And it passes 4-1 with Commissioner Matlow in opposition. Is there a motion for approval of the city's budget appropriation as stated in resolution number 25-R-44AA, attachment B, or as adjusted and reflected in resolution number 25-R-44AA? That's not needed.
Only if there were adjustments made by the commission during this conversation.
So there was no adjustments made. Thank you, Madam Attorney. So it is as stated in resolution number 25-R-44A.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Comment, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This budget item would formally adopt the fire rate and the budget allocations based on it?
No, sir. The fire rate was established by your vote at your last meeting via resolution.
Okay.
Right.
This budget would codify spending those funds collected on fire services?
This,
You balance this budget with the increased rate in fire service?
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you. Then I have more questions, and I'll have a substitute motion, but I want to, on the fire services fee, my objection has been, we have an interlocal agreement with the county, and that agreement says that fire services rate studies and increases would be mutually agreed on. I think by moving forward unilaterally, we are violating our obligation in the interlocal agreement, and I can't support the city not fulfilling its obligation in the contract that the city has entered into. We had several opportunities to head this off and really find compromise, and all of those opportunities were declined, and I think that's unfortunate. But I do have questions of how the new fire fee, what changes we've made with the new fire fee on collection. So the new fee as it relates to religious institutions, the 70% of religious institutions that we're not paying a fee at all, what's the fee proposed for those institutions?
Mr. Manager.
I can answer that. The fee would be what, like a commercial building fee would otherwise be, which is based on square feet. There's tiers of square feet, for example, 0 to 1,000 square feet, and 1,000 to 3,000 square feet. So depending upon the space that was not exempt, the fee for a church would be based on that. So it would be no different than a commercial establishment, what the fee would be. So the effort will be to determine what amount of the church is exempt based on the definition that you've adopted via resolution, and then however much space is accessible, that's how the fee would be applied.
So we have a list. Do we have a list of all the churches that a fee needs to be assessed to?
We have a list of all the churches, yes, sir. There's about 400 accounts representing 200 to 250 different churches in the city and the county. Staff will begin working on going through that list, taking the data that we have, applying the definition that's adopted via resolution, and applying the assessment. So that effort will be underway.
And what's the time frame of determining a fee for each of those?
We've been talking about that. It's probably, it's not weeks. There's a lot of volume. I would expect 6 months could be. They'll work in a logical fashion. Many of these particular accounts, again, there are hundreds, may require site visit. This is not information that would otherwise be parceled out, or parsed out, rather, into like the property appraiser's information. So you may have to have on-site evaluation, measure the worship hall, the sanctuary. The remainder of the space could be used based on the property appraiser's information. So it'll be a case by case. So you can imagine if you're dealing in hundreds, it'll take a little bit of time. We'll use our key account reps, our energy auditors that are very familiar with going in the field, doing this kind of work, very, one-on-one customer-friendly approach to do it. So I would estimate months. If it turns out to be 6 months, I wouldn't be surprised, but it won't be weeks.
How are we going to collect the fees that are unpaid during those 6 months? Will they be billed later in the year?
I believe we would start it once we have the assessment in place. We do have policies related to back billing, things of this nature. So we have a resolution in place that begins October 1st. Hypothetically, if in November or December we make the assessment, the way we would approach it based on our practice and policy would be moving forward once that work is done, not retroactively, not sending a back bill for a time that because of our administrative effort.
So help me understand, if we determine the rate of the funds we need to collect, but these institutions won't be paying what we determined to collect for some period of months, are we going to then use general fund revenue to make up that differential?
Whatever we assess will be used to go to the fire fund. Any shortfall in the fire fund and operations by definition has to be made up from some other funds. There are other revenue streams into the fire fund. There have been since the inception of the program. So to the extent those funds are not sufficient, then the general fund would be your balancing mechanism. It always has been. That doesn't change. So it's not a direct one-to-one equation where I didn't charge you $30. It will work down in scale. It's not difficult to determine the large churches, those that may have less or more space to assess. Of course, we would work in that order. And there may be many churches that have to pay $10 a month or $15 a month, which wouldn't necessarily be material in the entire fund, but it would be a matter of appropriate assessment. So we'll work in that fashion. To the extent the fire fund is exhausted from all the series of revenues that's received, and that's the assessments applied in the city, those are the assessments that are applied in the county, the dollars that we'll get. In this case, the county changed its mechanism. Their assessment will be exclusively on the property tax bill, which means the county will be sending directly over, I presume quarterly, that's to be determined, those dollars. But if you run into a situation where the fire fund is inadequate to pay the bills of the fire department, that's when the general fund comes into play. And of course, that's our quarterly budget updates to you. If we start to get close, you'll remember the good metric that Robert and his team put together, the green light and the yellow light and the red light. You're going to start to see yellow lights and red lights, and so that we'll keep you abreast of it. There's a lot of frequency in that kind of update happening. Now, what we have done in the resolution that you have passed to increase the fire fee to city properties by 10%, we'll fund those commitments that we've made. But as you pointed out, we have had to unravel lots of things that we had put in motion, building of stations, purchasing of equipment, these kind of things. And so, this is our best attempt to make sure we have adequate revenues to fund the fire department.
On the collections on Leon County Schools is no longer paying the fire services fee. Are we footing the bill to fund those services to Leon County Schools?
Essentially, it leaves the fire services fund less than it would otherwise have. That's the essential equation to that.
$400,000 deficit, right?
No, the Leon County Schools total charges, total assessments exceeded $1 million. It was more than $1 million a year for all of the schools, the few dozen schools throughout the county. That's not limited to the city. Keep in mind, you have a lot of schools in the county. A lot of history there. We know that Leon County Schools elected not to pay. That was not an assessment. There's a lot of distinction here between those kind of properties and typical residential business properties, and they're not paying. That essentially leaves the fire fund with less revenue than it would have otherwise received.
So are we still billing that on the balance sheet as unreceived funds, or have we just eliminated those needs?
Yeah, we at your last discussion with, I used the word finality. I think we reached finality, so it's no longer being billed.
On the collection of fire services to homes that are vacant or that don't have utilities in service, are we collecting those funds now?
No, you contemplated that upon inception of the program in 99, 2000. It was recognized that the city would use the utility bill. Keep in mind, the county didn't do it at that time. It was only in the city. All city properties receive a utility bill, so it was a very good mechanism. It remains a good mechanism. There was acknowledgement that there could be occasions where there is no utility service and therefore no bill. It was determined at the time, and it's continued to be determined and concluded, that that would not be a material amount in the administrative effort to try to close that gap. It would be fruitless. That remains the case. There's a lot of discussion because I think it's known in our community there's a lot of multifamily properties, a lot of apartments. There's more probably transition in those particular apartments as people move in and out. What has not been discussed, which is a great program that we have, I think it might be unique in the state even, it is to the convenience of landlords for that service to never be interrupted. So a tenant moves out, maybe there's a week delay, maybe there's 2 weeks delay. The utilities are not shut off, they're not inactive, and they don't stop billing. We have a mechanism in our utility billing system. We've had it, we've continued it, that automatically defaults that bill back to the apartment management, and they pay it. So there's no vacancy in that case. That's a very good continuous service. And so overall, when you look at your system, you don't have a lot of activity like that, where you have in between, a home doesn't typically sit without utilities. That's a very unusual thing. So the system, just the natural dynamics of the system result in a relatively small amount of that. And again, that was acknowledged at the inception of this program 25 years ago. It continues to be acknowledged, and that's how it works. It would be no different than if it was a property tax bill administration. There are cases where property taxes aren't paid, or people elect to pay it in November and receive a 4% discount. So there's it would be a similar outcome.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few more questions on and thank you for your answers for the rate study for 10%. How did I know we did a rate study and we came to the 22% with a censure, but then how did we get to the 10% rate?
Robert?
Yeah, thank you for that question. As you well know, the fiscal year, the 23 through 28 contract was based on a methodology that's been approved it's directed in state law, but it's also been approved in dozens of court cases. That methodology was revisited by, and the cost changes were revisited by Accenture back in January, where they delivered the updated report. We used that same methodology with the lower cost threshold of knowing what the wages were that we needed to cover and the additional officers or the additional firefighters that we needed to cover in that same methodology.
So internally, you use the methodology of the rate study?
Yes.
To determine a lower rate?
Yes.
Okay. A question on the county. So the properties that the county are not paying an increase beyond that we're covering, are we then supplementing that cost?
No, when we set the rates, their rates have been maintained at the same level as what we entered into the agreement with in fiscal year 23. We have adjusted upwards rates for city residents, and so the differences in those revenues then as we go forward will look to the balance in the fund to then make up any difference, which at that point the county has paid into.
So if I live in a zone that's right next to the county line, the rate I'm paying as a city resident will be higher than what the county resident is paying in the same zone?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
So if I live in a coverage zone, my house, but it's near the county line, unincorporated, the rate I'm paying as a city resident in that zone will be higher than what my county counterpart has to pay next year?
The resolution that we passed, yes, there will be a rate differential of the 10%.
Okay. I can't support that. I can't support that type of discrepancy. I wanted to ask just a couple questions on the interlocal agreement. Madam Attorney, I know we've been back and forth on whether it's defendable. Does the interlocal agreement call for the city and county to agree on a rate increase?
The interlocal agreement calls for if the agreement is to be amended, it calls for agreement. That's, as I said, that's why the arbitration was withdrawn. It does not, however, prohibit an increase by the city.
So raising the rate for the city wouldn't be a violation of the interlocal agreement?
That's the position that we will take, yes.
And so what would we've seen that the county wants to go towards arbitration. What would that process look like?
I'm sorry, Commissioner?
It seems the county wants to go towards arbitration to defend the agreement. So what would that process look
So
like?
the interlocal agreement has includes what's called an alternative conflict resolution process. That was the one that we started during the summer. But during the summer, we skipped some steps because the county was insisted that we had to be done by this time in order to get the rates accomplished before October 1st. So, but the way the process should work is that we would, it would be initiated, there would be an opportunity for staff to meet and have some discussion about possible resolution. There's an opportunity for the manager and the administrator to meet for the same reason. And then there's a requirement for mediation. And then if none of those result in any resolution, then there would be the initiation of arbitration.
Okay. And if we lose on that case through arbitration, what then happens with the funds we've collected?
I guess it's a little hard for me to answer that because I'm not sure what the allegations are going to be. But if the allegation is that it was improper for the city to raise the rates, then the result would be that the rates would have to be rolled back.
And if the rates got rolled back, everything we collect between now and then would have to be refunded to the customers?
Again, I'm not exactly sure what the allegation is going to be or what the result would be, but that is a possible result.
Okay, thank you. And just for clarification, we've already voted on this at the last meeting for the actual rate. So this budget vote would just impact the amount, but not necessarily stating that the fire fund is coming from the fire fee?
I'm not sure. I don't understand your question. I'm sorry. Reese, do you?
Do you understand?
I think what this budget does, the fire fee goes into the fire fund that funds the fire department's budget. The fire department's budget is part of the budget you're approving tonight, if that helps at all, that kind of connectivity.
Okay.
So the fee itself obviously is an assumed revenue source to support the budget that you're passing tonight.
But this item doesn't impact the fee at all. It's already been established,
Yes.
right? Okay. I'll support the motion on the table to make sure that we're fully funding the fire services. I disagree with how we got here with the rate. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
A couple of things on point. Commissioner Matlow, thank you for that walkthrough. But one of the things that we need to remember, we have to think it all the way back. If we don't do this, it's not only the things you said, but then we will have to figure out how to honor our obligation to pay our firefighters. We'll have to figure out how to continue to cover areas that we are inadequate in covering because we don't have a fire station in the area to do that in. So there are some things that you have to think it all the way back through. You have to unroll all of these things. But I also have a question of the city manager. Commissioner Matlow mentioned Leon County Schools owing us $1 million. And let that sink in. In our analysis, is the county commission, Leon County Commission, are they current in their fees to us so that we can do what we need to do? Have we determined that they have paid us everything that they owe us?
Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. We're working through that, Commissioner. There are some things that we have learned and discovered in this process. I mentioned earlier that Leon County, and I think we know this, they took the action to move the method of billing, and there's many methods of billings that they were using in the unincorporated area that's now moving to the property tax bill. And so we're making sure that's going to be complete and that it was complete in the past. So we're working through some of that information. What we also know is through some discovery, there was a news article about it, is that Leon County implemented a third-party billing option that's not contemplated in interlocal agreement. It was kind of outside the system, and it was for an apartment complex. The city attorney's office requested some information. The information that we received clearly indicates that the rate was never updated. So it was a 10-year-old rate that was being applied, which left that recovery short. In addition, only a portion of the units were being assessed. So we know there's a gap. We'll pursue that difference in the county. It was a material gap. So we're working through that to make sure we have the information to make sure we understand the number, and then we will clearly share that with the county. And so we're looking at all those things. That's what we do, and especially with all the change to make sure all the funds were paid. In this case, I would believe the way it works, the county has set its assessed rate for the properties in the county. Any shortfall that didn't happen because of administrative error on behalf of the county or just general oversight, it still would be owed. It's not forgiven because that's the pledge into the fire fund that the fees that were due and recovered go to fund the fire department. So we're working on that. I believe we should wrap that up soon and share that with the county.
So in clear English, the county owes us money, and their lights have not been turned off. And I say that because someone, I can't remember which commissioner, said that if folks' utility was turned off, something about the fire services fee being on the utility bill, that their lights could be turned off for not paying the fire services fee. Has that ever happened?
Utilities being turned off for a fire service fee?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
And I could go through all the machinations of why that wouldn't be, but there's a lot of system protection to prevent that from happening.
And I'm not trying to be petty. I'm just talking points that I've heard. So the county has not, may not have made all of their fire services fee payments to the city, but their lights haven't been turned off.
No, ma'am, we're not doing that.
I want to make sure of that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Mayor.
Commissioner Richardson.
A follow-up question, and this, I don't know if the conversation is going to continue because this is kind of a wrap-up kind of question, but my question would be, what will be the long-term impact of this, Mr. City Manager, in terms of the fire services fee and our ability to fulfill all of the obligations that we have to fulfill before this fee runs out?
Commissioner, thank you for the question. I think that's a good question. We're kind of wrestling with that internally because you've got the near immediate term issues, and we're talking a lot about those. And then you have the long-term issues. We know we have an agreement. It's a contract. It's a contract for service. It's as simple as that. The city provides the service in the unincorporated area. The county commission has elected to contract with the city to provide those services. There's 3 years remaining on that contract.
Okay.
The county, and I did watch the meeting, I listened very closely to perceive sentiment, not just the direct action. They have very clearly said it's our intent to pay the rate that was established 2 years ago and keep that in place because we believe the contract entitles us to do that. That's the county's position. I think we will take an alternative position in dispute resolution, but that's their position. what that does is that sets in motion for at least the next 3 years, we know that we can't pursue the things that were in motion, including the building of Station 17, because in the absence of that revenue, we're not able to fulfill that.
Right.
So, just looking forward, there's no obligation for the city to continue the contract. There's no obligation to the county to continue the contract. The county is very unhappy with the service. That's clear. The county's actions have impacted our ability to carry out certain things. That's clear. Those are just facts. The question becomes, if the situation doesn't change, do you go in a different direction? We've said it's preferred by the county if you wanted to operate your own fire department or take an alternate approach. That's certainly plausible, and they may tell us that. I wouldn't be surprised if that would be their preference.
Okay.
The reality is 3 years goes by like instantly. For example, this is our world, what we live in. This is the chief. Chief, he's doing a great job. If he wants a fire engine, it takes 2 years to get a fire engine. Not 1, not 18 months, 2 years, and you have to have everything ready to go to get into the queue. So this is a long lead time industry. So if you have to do something, you can't do it in a short period of time. And so it may be, if this is the position, we need to be talking about after 3 years. How do we resolve this after 3 years? There was extensive discussion by the county commission about authorizing the county administrator to negotiate some subsequent years. Let's negotiate next year. Let's negotiate for the following year. They elected not to take that action. They elected to say, where we are is where we are, and we will remain there for 3 years. There was, again, extensive discussion on that. So I think that puts us in a posture we have to then choose to engage or not for what happens after 3 years. Right. And I believe your framing is right. I think that's what we should be considering as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. I will close out by saying, Chief, I appreciate you and the Tallahassee Fire Department and everything that you do. And let me put it on a third grade level. We got a school district that's quit paying the fire services fee. Heaven forbid, if one of our public schools catches fire, we're going to respond and we're going to do the level of service of excellence that we are known to do. And I appreciate you doing that and all the men and women of the fire department. If there's a medical emergency, heaven forbid, at one of our public schools or a Leon County school building, we're going to respond. But they're not going to pay for it. Now we've got a situation where the county, while acknowledging an increased level of service through the rate study that we did, does not want to pay. We live in a society where everybody wants something and they don't want to pay. And it's following on the shoulders of the City of Tallahassee residents.
Yeah.
And so we are going to have to make some difficult decisions moving forward about the relationships that we have with our governments. Because our first responsibility as elected by the citizens of Tallahassee is to the incorporated citizens of Tallahassee in that geographic area. And if it means telling the county that we are not renewing the contract in 3 years, then we should go ahead and start that conversation immediately so that the county has the opportunity. And as you stated for the record, they are unhappy with the relationship that we have. Well, they have the opportunity to set up their own fire station and own fire department, and they have the opportunity to look elsewhere for services. They contract with us. I love the Tallahassee Fire Department, and I appreciate what you do, and I will continue to support you. There is a motion on the table made by the Mayor Pro Tem for approval of the city's budget appropriation as stated in Resolution Number 25-R-44AA, as seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
And it passes 4-1 with Commissioner Porter in dissent. Is there a motion for approval of the Downtown Improvement Authority's final millage rate of 1.0000 mil as stated in Resolution Number 25-R-43AA?
So moved.
Properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion for approval of the Downtown Improvement Authority's final millage rate of 1.0000 mil as stated in Resolution Number 25-R-43AA signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Is there a motion for approval of the Downtown Improvement Authority's budget appropriation as stated in Resolution Number 25-R-44AA?
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Is there discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion for approval of the Downtown Improvement Authority's budget appropriation as stated in Resolution Number 25-R-44AA made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To summarize, the City Commission has approved the millage rate for both the city and the DIA and the expenditures and obligations of the City of Tallahassee and the DIA for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025 and ending September 30, 2026, designating the sources of revenue and appropriations. The titles to the resolution setting forth the City Commission's approvals are as follows. Resolution number 25-R-43AA, a resolution establishing the millage rate for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025 and ending September 30, 2026 as 4.4072 mils for the City of Tallahassee and 1.0000 mil for the Downtown Improvement Authority, which is greater than the aggregate rolled back rate of 4.2296 by 4.69% and providing an effective date. And resolution number 25-R-44AA, a resolution adopting the operating and capital budgets for the City of Tallahassee and the operating budget for the Downtown Improvement Authority for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, designating the sources of revenue and set appropriations and providing an effective date. This agenda item, as we mentioned at the outset, also requests approval of the fiscal year 26 funding allocations for human service partnerships and authorization for the city manager or his designee to enter into service contracts with nonprofit providers.
Mr. Clerk, are there any public speakers on the approval of the fiscal year 26 funding allocations for the Human Services Partnership?
No, sir.
Is there any discussion amongst the commissioners? Seeing none, is there a motion for approval of the fiscal year 26 funding allocations for Human Services Partnerships and to authorize the city manager or his designee to enter into service contracts with nonprofit providers?
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Madam Attorney, is there anything left to come before us in regards to the fiscal year 25-26 budget?
If I could just confirm with Mr. Wiggin, I do not think so. No, sir. Thank you.
The process.
That does.
Thank you.
Mr. Wiggin, once again, congratulations. We have passed a budget. I want to thank you and our all-star team for all the incredible work. If I were y'all should leave and go party somewhere and have a good time. Congratulations. We have done it before the end of the fiscal year in accordance to state law, and it is balanced. Thank you very much. Mr. Manager, congratulations as well. We certainly do appreciate it.
Good job.
All right, we are now on 16.02. Mr. Manager.
Permission to party.
Mayor Pro Tem, we've got a brief presentation before we conduct the public hearing, if we may.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mayor and Commissioners, it's a pleasure to be here in front of you all again tonight to give you a brief presentation on the comp plan update. Rather than give you another presentation on the development of the land use and mobility element update, I'm going to focus on actions that have occurred since you last heard this in June of this year. Since that June public hearing, we've received comments from the state due to the county's transmittal of these materials. We have had some additional public engagement recently, which I'll recap. We received specific direction from you all at your August meeting regarding the residential preservation future land use category, which I'll detail. And then throughout this period, we've made some additional minor revisions for clarity. In regards to comments that we received from the state, one was on our planning periods. We have a short-term planning period and a long-term planning period in our comp plan update. They wanted us to specifically name the years of our 10-year short-term planning period. We've done that. They highlighted density and intensity incentives in our comp plan. And in response to that, we've put a cap on any density and intensity bonuses that any development can receive above what's allowed in respective future land use categories. They've identified a number of future transportation maps to include. One of them here is on your screen. It is the planned roadway projects map. They also directed us or suggested that we include FDOT functional and context classification maps. We have done so. And then we've also included a map of the number of lanes on our major roadways. So those are all included in your map series. And then one other comment that we received from FDEP is in regard to an issue that I know that you all have received emails about. This is in the unincorporated area of the county outside the city limits. What you all have in your packet today in terms of an urban services area boundary mirrors what was transmitted by the county to the state at their transmittal hearing, but we fully anticipate that that boundary is revised between now and any adoption, and we would bring back that revised boundary to you all along with full information on that issue. In terms of recent public engagement, we were invited after the June transmittal hearing to a meeting of the Greater Bond Neighborhood Association where we highlighted just a general overview of the comprehensive plan and some of the concepts that we were looking to effectuate through this update. We were invited to the Mayor's Office Neighborhood Association meeting that they held. The Mayor's Office invited over 200 neighborhoods to a meeting to discuss the comp plan. It was well attended. Over 20 neighborhoods were in attendance, about 30 folks, and there was pretty much unanimous agreement to the mayor's proposal regarding the residential preservation future land use category, which we'll dive into on the next slide. And then, of course, throughout this process, we've had regular communications with individual citizens, either via email or phone calls. In fact, we just received some comments earlier this week from ATN, very minor revisions that we generally agree with the intent of, and we're happy to work with them to get the language right between now and adoption and bring that back to you. I know that over the last few months, you all may have received some emails from citizens with substantial comments in regards to the comp plan update. We've offered to meet with these folks either at our office or in teams. Sometimes we've offered multiple times to meet with them, and they have not taken us up on those offers. In regards to the residential preservation future land use category, as you all directed us at your August 20th meeting, that map on the left is what was previously proposed, showing those urban and suburban residential preservation future land use categories. Per your direction, we have taken those future land use categories out. We have replaced them with the existing residential preservation future land use category, which you see in the map on the right there. We've also brought that language, the existing language over, added language regarding non-conforming uses above, non-conforming residential uses above 6 units per acre, per your direction. And we've made some other minor revisions to that land use category language to bring that category up into consistency with the rest of our land use and mobility update. Some other revisions that we've made since June, we found a couple places where community facilities and community services were used interchangeably. They have different definitions, and we've cleaned that up. We've also, and as you'll see from our strike-through underline version of the update that's on our website, we've made clear which policies are specifically in the purview of the city, which policies are specifically within the purview of the county, and which are in purview of both bodies, just to make clear which jurisdiction has oversight over respective policies and future land use categories. We made some revisions to our future land use map for the existing Mahan Gateway nodes. We found a couple properties that hadn't been rezoned to one of the Mahan Gateway zoning districts, and as such, they are entitled to higher levels of density and intensity. And so we've brought that into compliance with what they have today. Essentially, these properties making sure that they are entitled to what they are entitled to today in our proposed materials. And then lastly, we've made some additional minor language revisions throughout the update. Those are all in our strike-through underline version on our website, just to make clear what the intent of our policies were. In terms of next steps, should you all vote tonight to approve transmitting to state and review agencies, we would do so. The state would then have 30 days to respond and provide comment. We are going to be bringing a status update to the Board of County Commissioners and on November 18th to get some direction from them on how to move forward through this process. And then we would bring you all a option for adopting at an adoption public hearing, currently anticipating for November 19th. So with that, our recommendation is that you all conduct the public hearing and vote to transmit these materials to the state and review agencies for their comments. And that concludes my presentation. Place Director Artie and White and I will be here to answer any questions that you all may have.
All right, great presentation. Thank you. I know you and Artie have been working really hard with the team for many, many, many years on this, and that was a great presentation.
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, let's get straight into public comment. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
How many people do we have?
Right now, I've got 13.
Okay.
We'll see if we have any added. Our first speaker is Jeff Blair, and then Michelle Adams.
Great.
I'll remind speakers who may not have been here for the first portion of our meeting, you have 3 minutes for remarks. There will be a light in front of the mayor that starts off green and will turn yellow with 30 seconds remaining, and then red. I'll give you a heads up as well.
Name and address.
Jeff Blair, 1803 Old Fork Drive, representing Woodland Drive Neighborhood Association. First, we want to say that we're here in the interest of fairness. Since we're here sometimes opposing things, we want to be here when we support things as well. We appreciate the city having worked with the various neighborhoods over a couple of year period to finally arrive at something pretty close to what we would prefer. There are still some issues with it. I'll hit a few of those in a second. We support retaining the clear language that's currently in the comp plan as it relates to the residential preservation future land use category. And appreciate the mayor's motion, which essentially said, hold the neighborhoods harmless, and we appreciate that. I do want to say that we've done the best we can to evaluate it and do side-by-side comparisons. Some of it's a little complicated. We are, to some degree, relying on the integrity of staff to implement, as the mayor's motion was, the intent. And I think to a large degree, we're mostly satisfied that that's the case. We are here to support the transmittal, just to make that clear. We have some concerns with the non-conforming uses and the methodology for how to deal with those. We're fine with addressing non-conforming uses, but I think the comment says the Lands Tallahassee Neighborhoods is a better approach, and would appreciate staff continues to work on tweaking a few different things in there, such as the non-conforming uses. What else do I want to hit? There's a few other minor things. I just talked to staff about a couple of them, and I think I feel comfortable that they're either addressed or they're willing to address them. They're not substantial in basis or nature. And again, in fairness, I think we feel like that we should support the plan and are going to support it. I do have one other issue I'd like to address. It's not really related. It is related, but it's not changing in the current comp plan. But we do have concerns with what we believe to be the misuse of the accessory dwelling unit provision. I think it's a good provision and we support it, but we believe that the intent, and having been around before we had it and when we put it in, when it was called the mother-in-law suite thing, and remembering some of the discussions 10 or 20 years ago, was probably 20 years ago, maybe more. It really was intended for homeowners living on property, who live there, to build an extra house, and we're good with that. But I think it's been a little bit misused by developers to essentially double their density, and usually for rental properties. And we don't think that's appropriate, so we'd like the city to look into the accessory dwelling unit provision to see whether there might be some tightening up of that. Otherwise, thank you very much. We appreciate it and look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Michelle Adams, then Wendy Gray.
Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Michelle Adams, 44, can you hear me? Okay, Michelle Adams, 446 McDaniel Street in the Lafayette Park neighborhood. Excuse me, what? Okay, how's that? Better? Okay, thank you. So residents fighting for our neighborhoods are not anti-growth. We are pro-preservation and pro-common sense. The mayor's rush to force through these uninvestigated changes exposes the many flaws of this draft, which claim protection but completely ignores Policy 2.8.12, which is designed to protect established historic and walkable neighborhoods from incompatible development, emphasizing stability and low-density residential character. Chambers sold it as smarter growth, but it's sneaky pro-developer. The city promises no harm to neighborhoods, but the changes underhandedly weaken protections, add loopholes for density creep, and shift power to developers or planners. The strike-through draft reveals sketchy changes weakening neighborhood protections, deleting strict caps while adding vague loopholes, contradicting the 100% agreement promise of no harm. I'll list the strike-through and then why it's sketchy. Policy 2.8.8 removed existing strict bans on commercial density over 12 dwelling units per acre and replaced them with ambiguous terms like stability of home ownership without defining a percentage, and undefined terms like relatively safe pedestrian mobility and local traffic. Residents will be burdened with potential opt-outs. Strike-through in 2.8.8.c favors institutions over residents. This was added after the June hearing without notice, showing a blatant disdain for residents, potentially letting non-residential uses encroach. Strict exceptions were removed at the expense of tranquility in our neighborhoods. Here's the sketchy part. Intentionally confusing and inconsistent allows expansion without review, exemptions open to interpretations, allowing ancillary creep, noise, parking without full review. It's either sloppy drafting or intentionally obtuse. 2.8.d added commercial factors like operating hours, noise, odors, and loading. These commercial-oriented terms do not belong in a residential preservation discussion. They imply allowances for non-residential elements, enabling hybrid developments. Objective 2.8, density bonuses and incompatible uses slipped in. Our proximity to schools, employment makes us a target for bonuses, turning preservation into almost preserved. There's bonuses hidden in the FLUC footnotes, not in the headlines. The community facilities ambiguity underlined private community recreational facilities without public-private distinction, and that opens to commercial creep like clubs with noise and odors.
You're at 3 minutes.
No scale limits.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please.
Wendy Gray, followed by Neil Fleckenstein.
Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Wendy Gray. My address is 1047 Myers Park Drive. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Alliance of Tallahassee Neighborhoods. We want to thank the mayor, the commissioners, and staff for changes that have been made to protect in-town neighborhoods. We request some minor changes to the document. Mr. Alfano alluded to them, but I would like to get them in the record. One, we recommend that the residential preservation future land use category language specifically state that nonconformities may be rebuilt to the existing footprint and densities. We believe this language clearly provides the protection the City Commission directed staff to include. Secondly, since the language in residential preservation fully addresses the nonconformity issue, we recommend that language in two other future land use categories, suburban and urban residential, that refer to nonconformities in residential preservation be deleted. ATN believes that referencing residential preservation in other future land use categories is confusing and unnecessary. And those simple changes are shown in the handouts that I brought forward. ATN looks forward to continuing to work with the city to further implement sound planning strategies that protect in-town neighborhoods and promote good planning. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next is Neil Fleckenstein, and then
Name and
Alex
address
Dew.
for the record, please.
Neil Fleckenstein, Tall Timbers Research Station.
13093 Henry Beetle Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. I'm pinch hitting tonight for another one of our staff. First of all, I wanted to, as others have said, just compliment planning staff, especially Artie, Mike Alfano, and Susan for all their work on the comp plan update. We've worked, I think, really closely with staff, and we appreciate everything that they've done. I do want to highlight, I guess, one of the bigger concerns that we've got at this point is I think, very important lake protection issues that we don't think have yet been resolved. The city is poised at this point to transmit a map that shows a 2,000+ acre expansion of the urban service boundary into rural lands on the west side of Meridian Road, and then adjacent to Lake Carr and Mallard Pond, basically lands that surround Lake Jackson, which is an aquatic preserve. With that kind of expansion comes a commitment of urban services. We've already heard about the budget impacts of providing urban services tonight. But with that kind of expansion comes urban services, impacts to Lake Jackson, existing city and county neighborhoods, and of course impacts to an already overburdened Meridian Road canopy roadway. We do appreciate the work that the Board of County Commissioners did when they rolled back the proposed USA expansion to match the current status quo for lake protection. Lake Jackson is soon going to be declared as an impaired water body for 4 different parameters. That's going to happen within the next month or so. Expanding the urban service boundary around Lake Jackson when it's on the poised to be declared as an impaired waterway really doesn't make a lot of sense for us. So we really want to encourage the city to follow the county's lead and maintain the status quo in regard to the urban service boundary along Meridian Road, Bannerman, and Miller Landing. Second issue with that is, I think a lot of times people think that lake protection is just a county issue, but there's a significant amount of acreage of lake protection inside the city. Roughly 1,800 acres of LP are inside the city limits. So if we're looking at expanding lake protection to other areas and increasing density in LP, which is what the current comp plan does, there are going to be impacts to existing neighborhoods, Ox Bottom, Summerbrook, et cetera. I haven't quite heard them being as active in some of the comp plan discussions with ATN, but I think those neighborhoods, would probably need to be apprised of the potential for density increases in those areas.
Seconds.
Thank you. Finally, I think some of these changes are poised to really set the stage for large-scale development around Lake Jackson and the aquatic preserve. I think that's probably what the intent is for this 2,000-acre increase in the urban services area, and we really think that that should be evaluated on its own merit in its own comp plan amendment and not as part of the community's update of the comprehensive plan. So we'd urge you to keep the existing USA boundary and the existing LP development densities intact, much as you did with residential preservation. We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Alex Dew is next, and then Faye Gibson will follow.
Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. Alex Dew, 901 Buena Vista. 3 or 4 months ago, we were in this room. There were so many people that showed up to say that this whole comp plan thing got past them. They weren't aware of it. They missed the workshops. There wasn't good communication on it. There were so many people that everybody got a minute to speak. Then we all showed up again the next month. A lot of people all sat through those hearings, and the conclusion at the end of the night was that we were going to have more time so that we could interact more with city staff and try to make this thing more participatory. And I believe that that would have aligned us to be having this transmittal hearing a year from now, not tonight. And so then when 4 hours ago I found out it was being transmitted, that we were going to be here tonight to for a vote on transmittal, I was very surprised. And I even ran into a colleague in the hall that wrote a quick letter, still at work right now. In the presentation, I believe I heard that over 200 and something neighborhoods were notified of the August 18th workshop, and 20 of them showed up. That's less than 10%. I just don't believe that's a good participation rate. I certainly would have loved to hear about it. My neighborhood association president walks by my house 3 times a day with her dog Every time I email her, I get an email response back that same day. She would have told me if she had received correspondence on that. So I would just really like for y'all to stick to that promise that you made a couple months ago and give us more time to interact with this, because there's been changes in the past month. I would certainly like time to review them and to work with staff and have input from our neighborhood, and also maybe areas of expertise that residents can lend. And yeah, I would just ask you to please stick to what we concluded would be the new timeline a couple months ago. Thank you.
The next speaker, please.
Next is Faye Gibson. Following Ms. Gibson will be Mike Brazine.
Your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Faye Gibson. I live at 625 McDaniel Street in Tallahassee. I want to thank you for your commitment to public service and for your leadership in ensuring that citizens' voices are included in the comprehensive planning process for our city's next quarter century. Your vote in June to receive citizen input was a testament to that spirit, and that's why I'm very deeply concerned about what's happening now. Despite assurances that there have been no major changes, there have been significant changes to this document, and I think that part of the reason why this hearing room is so quiet tonight is because people believed that there were no significant changes, and I'm guessing that, like me, they didn't read it. I read it about 3 days ago and was shocked to find out what's contained within it. Let me give you a couple of specific concerns. The urban residential preservation category has been completely rewritten. It was not picked up from what currently exists and only changing about conforming things. It was completely and totally rewritten. That doesn't foster trust or make us believe in transparency. One example is a policy 2.8.8, which now sets criteria which are vague and open to broad interpretation for neighborhoods to even be included in the category. Terms like stability criteria of home ownership and relatively safe internal pedestrian mobility are now criteria for being a part of that category. How is stability criteria calculated? There's no reference to it. In neighborhoods like ours, Lafayette Park, that has existing rental complexes, does that mean that one household in each rental complex counts as a separate unit? Or does it mean that that is one unit as opposed to 600? In other words, in Lafayette Park, we have 2 or 3 apartment complexes. Is that complex 1 out of 600, or is that complex 200 out of 600? That makes a huge difference on calculating a stability, because most of the people in those rental complexes are going to be renters, not homeowners. We don't know. There's nothing within the document that tells us how that's going to be calculated. This is going to have a significant impact for some of our low-income neighborhoods, particularly Providence, where they have a very high rental capacity. They don't have a lot of home ownership. And some of the South Side neighborhoods that also have a lot of renters, they don't have home ownership. If they are then thrown out of the category because they do not have stability because of one of these categories that it lists, what happens to them? Does that mean that there's no protection, that we're not in any category at all? What happens? There's nothing that explains it. It's vague, it's not precise, and I think that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. The 4.1.1 on ADUs should address density, and it does not. The people who are living in
30 seconds
ADUs
remaining.
have traffic, schools, all of those things, and they need to be included in the density calculation. In 4.3.1, there is a 30% density bonus that is added on top of for inclusionary housing policy, which is also not explained. I don't know what inclusionary housing policy is. There is an additional in 4.3.5 that is a 25% density bonus for affordability housing that is also not explained. So does our 6 per acre density then go up 30%? It goes up
3 minutes.
by ADUs, and then 30% plus 25?
Thank you.
Your 3 minutes of
It's not explained.
Thank you.
Please don't transmit. Give us that year.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Mike Brazine.
Great. Thanks, Mike. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Vivian Young. Vivian Young, and then Julian.
Great. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Vivian Young. I live at 411 Oakland Avenue in Tallahassee. I'm here on behalf of 1,000 Friends of Florida, which is a statewide nonprofit growth management organization that supports citizen engagement in the planning process. I'm here primarily to talk about the issue of the expansion of the urban services boundary and changes in lake protection language near Lake Jackson. To get my request out before my 3 minutes are up, we are urging you to remove the proposed lake protection language before you this evening and revert to the current plan's adopted language. And number 2, amend the proposed urban service area boundary as it relates to Lake Jackson area and revert to the current plan's adopted boundary in that area, much as you did with residential preservation. We do understand that there is language in tonight's transmittal that basically defers the decision on the local location of the USA until the county evaluates it, but this continues to raise significant concerns. First of all, there has been no demonstrated need to expand the USA by 2,000 acres. There's been no population accommodation analysis, to the best of my knowledge, that shows that this community needs 2,000 acres of additional urban development. Second, expanding the USA has very significant implications for the city and for the county, but it is much more significant for the city because it comes with an obligation to extend urban services to previously rural areas. And there was considerable discussion about some of the issues with that earlier. Therefore, we believe the city should take the lead on any discussion about expanding the urban service area, and it should include a full fiscal analysis of what the costs will be to taxpayers down the road and other considerations like that. Third, we believe a major community-changing decision of this nature should not be included in a general comprehensive plan update. It should be a standalone issue that is debated on its own merits. Is there a need for it? If there is a need, what are the appropriate boundaries? What scale of development is appropriate, rather than including it as just language in a general comp plan update. And finally, the USA boundaries and LP language before you tonight will have significant impacts on both Lake Jackson and Meridian Road, which are both very valued community resources. We do not feel that there has been sufficient analysis of the impact on each of these resources, and for these reasons, we respectfully urge you to not transmit the provisions related to the Lake Jackson protection area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Julian, followed by B.C. Lewis.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Julian Smith, 1169 Brafferton Way. First off, to basic housekeeping, I'm here representing my personal opinion, and I do not support transmittal. I'm here because I received an alert from Thousand Friends of Florida. Thank you. You guys are the best. It's the only way I ever hear about these things, which is interesting. Because the last time I was here, the issue was still a matter of communication. And it seems that while that matter has been improved, it hasn't been improved to the point where people feel comfortable with the plan. There's also the issue of the miscommunication with the promise for having a year, and clearly that's not what's going on. I would also like to echo, as someone who recreates a lot around the Lake Jackson area and has friends who live out there doing small-scale homesteading, this could potentially be devastating for all of us, especially considering the karst geology around there and how that may affect the aquifer and drinking water. Because if you see how destructive some of the recent construction methods are, I am concerned about how that would increase turbidity and the fact that no study and analysis has been done to kind of check and see is this worth the risk for the whole city? Yeah, I do not support transmittal.
Our next speaker, please.
B.C. Lewis. Next will be Jeff Smith.
Name and address for the record, please.
Name is B.C. Lewis, 2111 Miller Landing Road. I'm here as a homeowner, and primarily because I just got notified of this about an hour ago. So the gentleman who spoke earlier, referencing literally hundreds of people who were noticed and referenced and were aware of this, that's factually not the case. I have multiple contacts I've made in the last hour: Pine Tip Hills, Roden Cove Road, Miller Landing Road, Rose Hill, a number of others who are totally unaware that this was underway. My family is a sixth-generation Tallahassean. Great-great-great-grandfather was Tom Brown, who was our second governor. So my family has been very involved with what's going on in Tallahassee and the surrounding areas for literally hundreds of years. I would encourage all of you and everybody else here. I totally agree with what Ms. Vivian Young and Neil spoke on and agreed to postpone this. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Jeff Smith. Jeff Smith. There we go. Then next will be Jeff Tackus.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. Jeff Smith, 2101 Miller Landing Road, Tallahassee, Florida. So, Lake Jackson is the only lake designated as an aquatic preserve in the entire state. It is unique and important in biological, cultural, and geological values. It is a gem of this county, much less the state, right? That also includes Carr Lake and Mallard Pond. A lot of times those are left off, but they are part of the aquatic preserve and do wrap all the way around to Miller Landing Road. Lake protection zoning was developed with analysis and care 30 years ago to protect a then degraded lake. It's meant to curb high-density development and impacts to the aquatic preserve. I urge commissioners to postpone transmittal and adoption until more stakeholders provide thought and analysis on the proposed changes to the LP, the potential LP node and expansion of the USA over 1,700 acres adjacent to Carr and Meridian Road. This is a city issue, not just a county issue, as the USA is proposed to be expanded, and then within those areas, sewer, water, and electrical services would be provided. On top of the potential environmental impacts, which include poor water quality. I mean, it's not going to get better. Habitat fragmentation, more invasive species. There is an issue with the traffic flow, density, and impacts on our canopy roads, specifically Meridian Road. It's hard to imagine 200 more cars on Meridian at 5 and 8 in the morning, much less 2,000 or 200,000. So that's all I have. Thank you so much. And yeah, let's just propose it.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Jeff Tackus, followed by Lynn Tackus.
Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Tackus. My address is 2133 Miller Landing Road. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Clerk, thank you so much for the time this evening to speak with you all. I am here on behalf of myself. You'll get to hear from my wife here in a moment. Just wanted to express our concerns about the issues that other folks have talked about, the expansion of the USA, thinking about Lake Jackson specifically. When I think about our community and the history of our community, it's impossible to think about the history of our community without thinking about Lake Jackson and Meridian Road. Specifically Meridian Road, thinking about the significance of the city of Tallahassee and the state of Florida as a whole is actually a very special road that very few citizens fully understand, that meridian is on the true meridian and has such an important historical impact. When I think about the changes that are before you in this transmittal, if they were to go through as proposed, the effects to the Lake Jackson area and to that Meridian Road would be disastrous. When I think about the environmental impacts to the lake and the surrounding areas, thinking about that increased density, I get concerned. I think about the increase of the cars that would be on Meridian Road, that straight historical road that we drive on every day. The impacts on that would be very devastating. I can only imagine that the challenge before you, trying to think about planning our community to 2050 is a daunting task. And I ask that as you consider making these decisions, whether it's to decide to postpone this transmittal or if you move forward with the transmittal, please know I would encourage you to postpone that transmittal. But should that not be the prevailing thought today, if this does come back to you, to please think about those historic landmarks of Lake Jackson, of Meridian Road, to not damage the long-term character of those areas and our community. And I ask that you please do the best that you can to protect those important resources in our community. I thank you so much for your time. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for your time as well. It's been an honor to speak with you. Look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
The next speaker,
Next speaker is Lynn Tackus.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Same address, Lynn Tackus, 2133 Miller Landing Road. And we actually live a quarter of a mile outside of the city, and I hope you won't hold that against us, that we're county folks, but I promise we pay our fair share of electricity rates. So the reason why we're here today, and we didn't have much warning either, we heard about this about an hour ago, and it's not because we didn't want to. I had actually emailed the city, gosh, months ago when this all kind of became a big issue about the comp plan. I went online, I looked at the map, it was tricky. I have a master's degree, and it was tricky to figure out what was changing in our area. But when I saw that they wanted to expand the urban, oh gosh, what do they call it, the USA, in the rural areas where right now it's 1 house per 2 acres, which really does limit the runoff that goes into the lake. And I read that, I reached out to the city. I got almost an instant reply back. It was amazing customer service. And then I responded back with my concerns and questions about how that was going to impact the environment. And different things, there's a lot of environmental impacts. And I've never heard back from anyone. So while I appreciate that everyone's reaching out, it didn't get to everybody. Or I think you would have people like lines out the room right now. So I just want to bring that up. But I'm super concerned about this. I know it was like 2,000 acres. I'm not good with math, but I'm good with ratios. 2,000 acres is nearly 2/3 of Southwood. That's gigantic. It's about twice of the heel of Leilani. That's gigantic. And to have all of that runoff going into the lake, it's disastrous. And Lake Jackson's not doing too well to begin with. I don't know if y'all have been out there for a while, but it's just covered. And the reason why it's covered, it's too many nutrients. And a lot of those nutrients, by the way, are coming in from the south side of the lake, where there is more density. And there's supposed to be all this remediation going on, and it hasn't all happened. So the thought of adding 2,000 acres of development where there's a ton of houses, when we're not even remediated with the lake as it is, not a good idea. And I know that y'all are so smart, and I know that the comp people are so smart, but I'm going to beg you to please reconsider this, and please don't transmit it. The other concern I have, and I know as soon as I say environment, a lot of people
You have 30 seconds remaining.
they stop thinking about that. But when you start taking out all that land, those animals have to go somewhere. And guess what? A lot of them are going to my yard. I used to hear coyotes in the distance. Now they literally walk through my yard, eating all the rabbits, the quail, all the things. And so it does have an impact on our neighbors. So I would ask you to please reconsider. Thank you.
The next speaker, please.
Mayor, that's the last speaker I have on the item.
All right. Appreciate everyone coming out. Mike, Artie, do you want to provide any comment on some of the public testimony that took place? Oh, wait, would you like to speak on the comprehensive plan? Correct. Do you want to speak on the comprehensive plan? Sure, come on up, please. Okay, so that's unagended speakers. That's coming up. We got you. Yep. All right, Mike, Artie, would y'all like to provide us with
Yeah, absolutely. And
comment?
I'll address a number of the comments, and anything that Artie would like to add, he's welcome to come up and supplement. Initially, there were some concerns over the language in several of the policies regarding residential preservation. That language regarding compatibility standards, home ownership rates, those types of things that were flagged, that is existing language in residential preservation today in our comp plan that we just brought over into the draft land use and mobility element update. I understand that in strike through underline, it can seem a little confusing that certain old policies are urban and suburban residential preservation categories were deleted. Yes, those were directed to be deleted by this board, and we've done so. The residential preservation language category, language has been brought over. Those compatibility standards are there today. Additionally, the language regarding that was highlighted regarding the use of protecting land use categories from being put inside of existing low-density neighborhoods. That is language that is existing today in urban residential and urban residential 2 that protects residential preservation from intrusion from higher densities, except for under certain parameters. That's addressed by the language that ATM provided. We're happy to work with them between now and adoption along those lines. Another community member talked about things like noxious uses, odors, referred to them as commercial-related language. Again, that language is in residential preservation today, and it's designed to protect areas within residential preservation from incompatible development being developed in adjacency to residential preservation land use categories. So again, just bringing over what language is existing today into these draft materials. In terms of addressing ADUs and including them in density calculations, that's a level of specificity that is reserved to land use, land development regulations. Those policies have been in place for a long time, and we've seen them as being very successful in very minor additions to neighborhoods for folks to either have family members living on property or to gain a little bit more rental income out of their properties that they are at. Specifically in relation to the issues around Lake Jackson, again, the urban services area boundary is a joint policy. So yes, the city commission would need to vote on whether to adopt a new boundary along with the county. But if there's not agreement over that, the boundary would remain in where it is today. So yes, it's the county that's leading the charge on this effort, but the boundary would not change at the end of the day without this commission also voting to approve it. The purpose of the lake protection land use category is in part to protect the lake from impacts of higher density and intensity development through extremely stringent stormwater standards. Where it's applied today is in areas that have been developed previously and have not been developed with stormwater standards that prevent runoff from going into the lake. The land use category as revised that we present today is aimed at incentivizing those properties that have already been developed in lake protection to redevelop and redevelop to the scale of these more stringent stormwater standards. We're sorry that folks in the county did not receive outreach regarding this issue. The outreach that I referred to earlier today were to neighborhoods within the city limits, and that we recognize that areas within the Lake Jackson Aquatic Preserve, where the urban service area boundary is at question here, those areas have special development zones in place today that prevent or significantly limit development in close proximity to the lake. But as I said, this issue in general is one that we anticipate revisions to this boundary coming in the future, and ultimately, a solution being directed to by the county at a future date. And I'll turn it over to Artie to see if he has
Mr. White?
I'll just make one addition, and I appreciate Alex showing up. We've been in coordination and contact. Just kind of a background on his concern. His neighborhood is currently in a land use that allows higher density and intensity, but his zoning is single family, so it's very low density. We can't unilaterally take away what's allowed in his neighborhood, but we've set out a path where his neighbors are going to come and he's going to talk to them, and if they all agree on giving up some of their entitlements, we'll work with them to do a comprehensive plan amendment to put them into residential preservation. So that's an issue that is a little bit separate from this comp plan update, but it's something we're actively working with and have had conversations with him about.
Excellent. Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Well, we haven't entered into discussion yet. We'll go ahead and take another speaker. If you wouldn't mind filling out a card when you're done, that'd be great. Your name and address for the record, please.
Ray Bennett, 1433 Green Street, Levy Park. Mayor, you promised us a year. We didn't have proper time to really discuss all of the issues that people have. A lot of people were not informed of this meeting, other meetings. We need more time to move this thing through tonight is way too premature. So please give us more time.
Thank you. All right. All right. Anybody else here to speak on the comprehensive plan? Now let's go into commission discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, Mayor, every time we meet and talk about the comp plan, somebody didn't get the message. We have a different group almost every time. And I just don't know what it's going to take to be able to get the information to everybody. I know that we have notifications that we do. We put it in the media. We put it on social media. It's a lot of places. We continue to struggle with individuals. And I know we're all busy, so maybe we're just missing it in the passing. But even in that, we've got to continue to move and we've got to continue to grow. The transmittal tonight is not the end of the world. It is not even the end of this process. It's just the next step. As the presenters tonight, as Mike and Artie tell us tonight, he came back and shared, see, the county transmitted months ago, in case you didn't know that. They transmitted months ago. That's why he had feedback from the state, because county had already submitted. And we've been holding and holding and holding and holding. And right now, if the county continues going, we're gonna be all discombobulated because they're already several months ahead of us in their transmittal. And so what they've done now is taken the information from the state and incorporated it to try to make those changes so that we don't have to do that. But at some point, we've got to go ahead and throw it over the fence, get the state to tell us, give us feedback on our portion so that we then know how to move forward. But there's always time for amendments as needed. I served on the Planning Commission prior to coming here, and that's a function of the planning office. So it's not like if we transmit tonight, that's it. That's not it. But at some point, we've got to get this process going. We got to get it started so that we can give the state an opportunity to tell us what we need to do to fix it so that we can continue moving along this continuum to move our community forward. So I appreciate everyone coming out. And Ms. Young, Vivian Young, you and I have exchanged emails, and I understand the concern about the expansion of the urban service area. We've had those discussions in the past about that as well. But as I was saying to you, it's my understanding that that was initiated by the county, but as you heard tonight, it can move it could move based on, you know, where things go and how they decide to move it. That's why I was trying to say to you, you might need to talk to your county commissioner as well. I'm not saying that you shouldn't talk to us, but you talk to your county commissioner as well. So again, I appreciate it, and Mayor, I appreciate your effort in not taking the summer off, but getting with the neighborhoods, granted, neighborhoods in the city, but whoever showed up, you met with them and got their feedback and their input. And I was contributing the fact that the room wasn't full was because that had been accomplished and that we were really good to go. So thank you for coming. Thank you for your participation. But we got to get this train out of the station so that we can keep moving and get the feedback from the state and see where we need to go next. We've got to go to the next step. We really got to go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And I want to thank staff as well for all of your hard work in going back and forth with people, answering questions, making revisions. I really appreciate it, and I know a lot of the folks here do as well. I have to say, though, I would never have supported the motion that the mayor originally made at our first meeting back in August had I understood what it was. I just cannot in good conscience that we said, because I just couldn't believe that there was any way that we went from saying we're going to give everyone a year to then only 3 months. So I just cannot, I can't in good conscience. I appreciate the revisions that have been made, and I appreciate the fact that a lot of the representatives from the neighborhood were amenable to the compromise that the mayor offered, but that's just, in my opinion, not how this is supposed to work, and not what we voted on at the end of before our summer break. So for that reason, it's just a non-starter for me. I cannot support this at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, we started this conversation just before the summer, and that conversation was, we're not going to spend our summer or make our neighbors waste their summer on this issue. We're going to give it a full year. You know, we were told that over the summer, the majority of neighborhoods came to support this project. While there are a couple here today, and I appreciate their efforts, I don't see a majority of our neighborhoods who have spoken previously in attendance to support this project. We heard from several speakers who were opposed to it that were in some of these same neighborhoods. So I think we're getting closer. I just don't think we're there yet. The city manager said earlier it takes 2 years to buy a fire truck. I think it can take a year to get a comprehensive plan right. The biggest point of contention, I think, is the USA boundary that I'm hearing today. And I'm just curious of how we got to proposing expanding it 2,000 acres. I know we went through this with Wilani. We looked at the future need of housing. A lot of people at that time said we actually had enough in the existing USA without expanding to Wilani. We've expanded to thousands and thousands of acres in Wilani. That hasn't been developed yet. So can you help me how we got to the Lake Jackson area?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. A couple of different things that we were looking at. Primarily, when we were looking at the existing urban service area line, in this area, the urban services line cuts through a lot of parcels in that area. And when you have a parcel that is partially inside the urban service area but partially out, it's really kind of confusing, quite frankly. It means that you can have urban services to your property, but you're not supposed to have urban services to your property. And so what we did was adjusted the boundary to just include the entire parcel, because if you can have urban services to your property, then you have urban services, and by definition, if you have urban services, you're supposed to be inside the urban service area. And so that's how the majority of the expansion occurred. I will note that a significant portion of that would just not be developable because it would be special development zone, conservation features, preservation features. And so even though we expanded the urban service area to include that number of acres, that does not represent the number of acres that could be developed. And there's maps that kind of show that as well. So that's the primary way we got there. The other part of it was looking at the land use in the area. When you have areas that are designated as rural, but are also inside the urban service area, that's internally inconsistent because the rural land use category says it is intended for areas that are not planned to have urban services, but by being in the urban service area, you're saying it's an area that is intended to have urban services. And so we adjusted the line to account for that as well. But kind of another aspect of it too is as we were looking at the lake protection area in general, one of the things that we noticed and realized is a lot of the existing development was constructed prior to the existence or in the adoption of really stringent stormwater facilities. And so we were looking at the existing lake protection nodes and looking at some of the existing residential development and trying to kind of toe a line where we didn't massively change an area, but we provided enough incentive to have those properties redevelop to meet the current, and actually in December, the state stormwater rule is going to be even more stringent with performance-based standards. And so trying to encourage redevelopment of the existing lake protection nodes so where they don't currently meet stormwater standards that are stringent will now have to meet the stormwater standards, therefore reducing the amount of runoff that goes to the lakes. And then also with residential, trying to encourage a density of residential development that is feasible to provide sewer service to. Instead of currently, the development patterns out there are really kind of dependent upon septic, and kind of looking at over time, if we see more and more development in that area on septic, that is contrary to what we're trying to do. But you can't provide sewer at ultra low densities. It's just not feasible to do. It costs so much to extend a sewer line out to serve like one unit. So what we're trying to do is encourage redevelopment of commercial areas to make sure they meet current stormwater standards, as well as ensure that future residential development occurs on sewer, and really promote the cluster option where you have, if you have 100 acres, just as an example, the development would occur on 30%, and then the rest of it would go into like a conservation easement. And so getting more land in that area into a conservation easement by encouraging and incentivizing cluster development, or sometimes called conservation subdivisions.
Okay.
So that's how we got there.
Thank you. That's informative. I want to read this, and then I want to ask you one more question, if you don't mind. So in the notes from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, it says the department supports the existing lake protection land use category. However, the proposed LP category allows for much higher densities in these areas, some directly adjacent to the lake edges. These proposed changes have the potential to add tens of thousands of new housing units and millions of square feet of non-residential uses, commercial, office, community services, adjacent to the Lake Jackson Aquatic Preserve, leading to potential degradation of upland habitat, isolated wetlands, and the closed basin lakes through non-point source pollution. Do you agree with their interpretation of the density that's being added to that?
Quite frankly, no. And we have a meeting with them tomorrow to discuss their comments. They did not account in their comments for the special development zones that we have in place that would not allow you to develop right on the edge of the lake. So you just can't do that. Our code does not allow that to happen. It also doesn't account for our stormwater requirements. They completely neglected to account for that in their comments. And they also, kind of oddly, if I must say, didn't account for their own stormwater rule that takes effect in December. So, the state across the state is requiring us to move to performance-based stormwater standards, and yet their comments are about stormwater not being performance-based. So we do have a meeting with them tomorrow. We're going to kind of work through some of those issues. I think that's why Mike, or I know that's why Mike in his presentation noted that when we come back, we expect some changes to this area. What we did was transmit what the county transmitted just for consistency, and it's easier to shrink it in and decrease densities than it is to kind of go back and try to expand something or increase something. So we are working on data analysis, basically kind of evaluating the current and upcoming stormwater standards. We're meeting with DEP to maybe kind of refine some of their concerns and better understand them in light of their own standards as well as the standards that we have in place. And then that's why we anticipate there to be some shrinkage of the proposed urban service area and maybe some slight changes to lake protection. But we're working kind of with the county on that since that's all in the unincorporated part of the county.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioners, it just seems like we need more time from what I heard, and to be able to let these conversations progress with the state, let them progress with the county, to really have even our citizens understand what's being proposed. You know, if we delay for 1 year, the neighborhoods are still held harmless because there's no change to the residential preservation category. So anybody who was in support of it today, nothing would impact them if we delay by a year. I'm curious. I don't know if I'm curious or just concerned that we haven't really heard a lot of supporters today for other things, not things that change, but things that they're actually looking for to be included. And I did receive several emails, but the emails seem to be in support of something that's not even being proposed. You know, for example, I got one that says, I'm a long-term resident of Benton Hills. I actually have a vacant lot across the street from my house that's been for sale. I embrace the idea of a new duplex, triplex, or apartment being built there. I would welcome my new neighbors with open arms. There may be loud NIMBYs in front of you, but I assure they don't speak for everyone in the community. Are we adopting anything today that's going to allow for apartment complexes in Benton Hills? No, we're not. So I think even the supporters of these changes are confused about what's being proposed. So in light of all of the evidence that we've seen today, I'd like to make a motion that we delay transmittal. We go back to the community process, work with the county to bring changes back on the timeline we agreed upon earlier this year, and bring back at around the same time next year for transmittal.
All right, there is a motion on the table to delay transmittal made by Commissioner Matlow. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank those that came this evening as well. You know, it's late, and I know you could be doing a lot of other things other than sitting here at City Hall talking about a comp plan. But I also want to acknowledge our staff. They have done a tremendous job. I've had nothing but great respect for both of these gentlemen in the time that I've been here and had the opportunity to work with them. They both are very knowledgeable. They both are open to feedback, as we've heard through this whole process. I don't know that we need a whole year to get this done. I was reluctant, even when we voted on that, to support it, because I didn't think we needed an entire year, but, you know, at the time it seemed to be the right thing to do. But at this point, I think we need to go ahead. I'm comfortable with the transmittal. You know, the first transmittal, we got very positive feedback from the state. That was incorporated into where we are now. I'm sure the same thing will happen based on what we've heard tonight. Those issues will be taken into consideration. They won't be ignored or forgotten. I'm sure they will be taken into consideration like others have. Artie has mentioned already the fact that he's going to be meeting with the folk from the state based on, you know, what their interpretation of what we were suggesting, which is very different than their interpretation. And so I'm comfortable at this point with the second transmittal, getting additional information and feedback from the state, and then seeing where we are at the next step in this process. But I really think we need to continue to move forward with this. And I guarantee you, if we say we're going to wait a whole year, we will be on the last day of that year, and somebody will come in here and say, I didn't hear about this. I didn't know what was going on. Well, it's been a year, and we've done all of the public notice that we could do and encourage people to get involved. And so I just think it's time for us to continue to move forward and continue to work to perfect this to the degree that we can. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are you making a substitute motion for option number 1?
Yes.
There's a substitute motion for option number 1 that's been made by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to go ahead and weigh in. And first of all, thanks for everybody for coming out. I mean, it's 8:15 on Wednesday night. I know we're all tired. And it's good to see all my friends from the neighborhoods. I appreciate y'all working with me over the course of the summer. It didn't take a year. We got together. We had a great meeting. Not only did we have specific neighborhoods, but we had the umbrella organizations representing the neighborhoods there. We decided to go back, strip out everything that was being proposed so that we protect our neighborhoods, and everybody agreed. We had the meeting a month ago. We even decided to postpone, not last meeting, but this meeting, to bring it back to give everybody the opportunity to review and to talk. We started this conversation 10 years ago, and I remember because I was the county commissioner at the time that made the motion to begin this rewrite. We have literally been working on this for a decade. Now, there is a big issue that has been brought up that we're talking about when it comes to the urban services boundary and lake protection. And as my good friends that are here know, I represented y'all for 12 years on the northwest side of town and represented Lake Jackson. I am very, very, very familiar with lake protection. I am very, very familiar with the development nodes. I worked for 12 years, and it breaks my heart. I did not know to hear that Lake Jackson is about to be declared an impaired water body, and I am going to immediately contact our district county commissioner and the at-large commissioners and the county commissioners to inquire what exactly is going on and where did the neglect come from, because Lake Jackson is the only freshwater aquatic preserve along with the other 2 smaller lakes up there, and it needs more attention, and that is a serious issue. I hear you all loud and clear. This is not the end of the conversation. Vivian, I hear you loud and clear. But what I hear is an argument regarding development rights, intensity, and density. And that is an argument, as you know, that will come before the county commission, not the city commission. There is one thing that I will stand firm on. I am a true believer in sewer and on central water, and not septic and not wells in the 21st century for new construction. Study after study after study. And for 12 years, I lived and breathed this over at the county commission representing Lake Jackson. We know that failing septic systems and wells are detrimental to the health and water quality of Lake Jackson, not central sewer and not central water. When we talk about the environmental impact, it's just the opposite of what I heard tonight. Central sewer, central water. That's why for 12 years as the county commissioner, I championed and worked hard with all of the county commissioners on the septic to sewer money that the state was making available so that we could take these pre-existing septic systems, whether they were failing or not, and convert them over to central sewer all around the Lake Jackson area. And you're absolutely correct. All of them on the east side, all the neighborhoods on the west side. We can go up Lake Shore Drive, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. I could talk to you neighborhood by neighborhood by neighborhood of the issues with septic and wells versus central water and sewer. Now, again, I hear you loud and clear about the density and the intensity. That is an issue before the county commission that is in the unincorporated. I am going to vote to support not only the expansion of the urban services boundary, but transmittal. I'm going to support the expansion of the urban services boundary because we need to be prepared, depending on how the county responds, to be able to provide central sewer and central water, if anything, for the environmental impacts to the water quality and to the lake. And if that's the decision that the county wants to go, we need to be prepared. If the county decides that's not the direction they're going to go, well, then the urban services boundary line is going to remain the same. But as the mayor, I need to make sure that we are prepared, if anything, even in the unincorporated, for environmental standards, for water quality standards, work too hard for lake protection, work too hard for the septic to sewer program money, work too hard to limit the impacts to Lake Jackson, that we need to be prepared for sewer and we need to be prepared for central water. Again, I want you to hear me loud and clear. I understand the traffic concurrency issues that have been brought up, and yes, these are issues that need to be discussed. I completely understand the development rights that are being addressed in intensity and density. That is a conversation before the county, not before us. So I will be supporting the substitute motion that's on the table. All those in favor of the substitute motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Passes 3-2 with Commissioner Matlow and Commissioner Porter in dissent. We are on item number 16.03. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 16.03 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 25-0-21, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending chapters 1, 5, and 9 of the Land Development Code concerning subdivision regulations, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 25-0-1.
All right, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
All right, colleagues.
Second.
It's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Any further comment? I don't want to rush. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Item 16.04, Madam Attorney.
Item number 16.04 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 25-0-17AA, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, relating to code enforcement, amending Chapter 2, Article 5, Divisions 3 and 4 of the Code of General Ordinances, amending Chapter 3, Articles 2 and 6 of the Land Development Code, and amending Sections 5-126, 5-142, 7-102, and 10-107 of the Land Development Code, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the public hearing and adopt ordinance number 25-0-17AA.
All right, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Colleagues.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
It's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment? See none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Do we have anything else come before us at the public hearing?
We do not.
All right, we are on unagended speakers. Mr. Clerk, how many speakers do we have tonight?
Mayor, I have 7 speakers.
Excellent. Let's begin.
First speaker is Stanley Sims. Second will be Bob Holliday.
Can I wait till the mayor come back?
Mr. Clerk, move on to the next speaker, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Next speaker is Bob Holliday.
I don't want you to take my tell him to move on. You ought to be able to tell me if I can speak now, or can I delay?
Mr. Cook, go on to the next speaker, please.
I don't see Bob Holliday responding. Alex
Will I be able
O'Connell.
to have my 3 minutes?
Next speaker, Mr. Cook.
Alex O'Connell.
No, I want my 3 minutes still. I'll speak.
Name and address for the record.
Madam Attorney,
Yes, sir.
I feel that my First Amendment rights is being approached and violated because I need to share with the mayor, and I asked for the option for it to go later. The Mayor Pro Tem is being very rude to me. I've seen them do this for other citizens, and I'm asking for the same latitude. Mr. Clerk, can I put in another slip to go after the last seventh person?
Mr. Sims, I've called your name, and at this point, the chair of the meeting presides.
Can I defer a minute and 37 seconds of my time for when the mayor gets back?
That's not my prerogative.
So my First Amendment right is just again being violated? See how they treat you when they don't like you? And you are a public leader.
You're at 30 seconds.
Mr. Mayor, I needed to speak with you. Is it possible that I could come back because Commissioner Diane Cox, she would not answer me, and I needed to share something with you? Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Alex O'Connell.
Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Alex O'Connell. I have something I'd like to share with the commission. If you just give me one moment, please. I'm not exactly sure how this thing works, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry to bring this disturbing little thing here, but I guess it's cut off there. This is a flyer that I have found on multiple telephone poles around Tallahassee at this point. If you guys take a nice little look, this is for the White Liberation Fellowship, United Discipled, Unyielding, stand for something bigger than yourself, reclaim your heritage. This is very clear white supremacist language. Other groups use these same images and the same language. I find this very disturbing to be finding in our public areas. What's more disturbing is that I have found these in front of Black-owned businesses. On Sunday, after the FSU game the other week, Sunday the 7th, I found the first one in front of the ASAP Smoke and the barber shop over off Jackson Bluff, and proceeded to find another next to our very loving Palace. Continuing on Wednesday afternoon, I found 3 in Railroad Square, which is a community hub that is situated between 2 colleges, where lots of impressionable young people go, where a lot of creative people gather, and where we have multiple Black-owned businesses. We found these next to the food hall, Black-owned businesses, Halisi, Black-owned business, and Trap Boy Burger, another Black-owned business. I find this very disturbing. This all happened before our crazy national events of the past couple of days. Regardless of where you fall on the political spectrum, there are pretty clear demographics of people committing violent crimes in our country, and oftentimes these are radicalized young white men. Even the person who shot Charlie Kirk was a radicalized young white man. So it goes across the political spectrum, and I just think that the city needs to address this while we have all these heated national things going on, heated things at the state level. I want to know that in our city, which is very diverse, which hosts a lot of great academic thought, and where, you know, allegedly we're great for growing businesses, I don't think it's a great place to grow a business if your clientele or yourself may be under fire, given very scary and archaic thought processes.
You're at 30 seconds.
I found these in person. These were not online. This is happening in our neighborhoods. I want to see something done. I have filed a police report, and I want to remind everyone in the room that over a third of the Tallahassee demographics are of those of Black folks. Okay, so please, I want to know what the city wants to do about this, and I think something needs to be done to make sure that Nazis aren't speaking in public. If they want their free speech rights, fine, but there have to be consequences.
You're at 3 minutes.
Thank you. And by the way, I think you were the one that reached out to us to let us know. Was that you?
Yes, sir. I sent an
Yeah.
email.
Thank you.
I didn't hear back except from Ms. Porter's aide. So but I wasn't sure exactly the proper channel to go through to talk about something like this.
No, you did. You did perfect. You did great, and I appreciate it. We sent it immediately to the manager, brought his attention to the police chief, their attention as well. If you continue to see it, let us know. More data, more information, the better.
Yes, sir. I would just like to mention that a police officer that my colleague spoke to mentioned that there were previous incidents. I know that Tallahassee has a riddled history of white supremacy, but there were more recent incidents, and there's an individual that he had mentioned that is the officer assumed is probably behind this. There are cameras available in the Railroad Square area on businesses, and there are city cams. Originally, I called one of the city cam numbers. I would just like there to be some legal step taken because it is very clear harassment going on. It doesn't make me feel safe as someone that is in a very diverse community and also a queer person.
Understood.
So please do something.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Emily Mitchum. Emily Mitchum, and then not seeing Emily Mitchum, then Howard Kessler.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Commissioners, Howard Kessler, 32303. Florida legislatures, many of whom who are sons and daughters of immigrants, voted in 2022 to allow our state law enforcement to work with ICE. And here we are in 2025 confronting the fact that today's ICE is not 2022's ICE. Under Donald Trump, today's ICE routinely violates our U.S. Constitution, by using inhumane, unlawful, and immoral tactics right before our eyes. All we have to do is to scan the daily news to see today's cowardly, masked, often unidentified ICE agents swoop up and beat men, women, and children, who they then unlawfully transport to hellholes in foreign countries, only to by law to be ordered to bring them back at great shame to our nation and expense to the American taxpayer. But let's ignore the millions of dollars Washington Republicans so freely spend on ICE to glorify the felon who is the President of the United States, or ignore the local tax dollars we might waste if our police were forced to work with ICE and find themselves being sued. Let's ask ourselves, who are we, the people of Tallahassee? Who are you, officials that we elected to represent us, each and every one of us? Our argument today is not about accepting or rejecting immigrants. Our argument is about who we are as Americans. By your silence, you are allowing at least another 60 days to go by before taking any action condemning this 2025 ICE. Are you then expecting us, the citizens of Tallahassee, to accept your silence condoning ICE's illegal actions? Are we to be cheerleaders for ICE's home invaders, or are we people who believe in justice for all? Can you, our commissioners, offer more than lame excuses for your silence? Thank you. Which gives ICE's marauders an open door. Offer more than lame excuses for your silence, which gives ICE's marauders an open door. Or can you, our commissioners, represent the people of Tallahassee with honor and wisdom and pass a resolution condemning ICE's actions.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
O'Neill Jackson, and then Brandon McIntyre.
Boss man gone. Yeah. Neil Jackson's gone.
Brandon McIntyre?
Great. Your name and address for the record, please.
Field Box 511, Sneeze, Florida. My name is Brandon McIntyre. Nice to meet you guys. All right, my name is Brandon McIntyre, and I am actually come here tonight to serve you guys a constitutional notice. I am an advocate. I'm a civil rights advocate, and I'm also your future governor for Florida. I'm also a presidential candidate for 2024. And I am actually serving you guys an actual constitutional notice. I am here today to provide a formal notice under the supreme law of the land, Constitution of the United States, as well as Rule 17 and Rule 20 of the United States Supreme Court. The Constitution is binding on every public officials, every court, every state government, and statute or policies which conflict. The Constitution is void from the start. Clause 1 of the Fifth Amendment guarantees that no person shall be held answer to capital or otherwise infamous crimes unless presentment or indictment of a grand jury. Yet the state of Florida has bypassed the constitutional safeguard by allowing prosecutions by information instead of indictment. The practice violates due process and strips citizens of rights and cannot lawfully be taken away. Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution provides that no state shall pass any law impairing or obligating of contract. Every public official, public officer, prosecutors and judge or commissioners serves under an oath, which is binding contract to uphold Constitution, and no state or directive can override that duty. The 14th Amendment reinforces that and declares that no state shall or enforce any law which shall be abridging the privilege of immunities of citizens of the United States. When the state officials enforces unconstitutional laws, they violate not only their oath, but also the supreme law of the nation. These violations have been led to unlawful prosecutions and wrongful imprisonment under the color of law. Which actions we are not only taking as unconstitutional, they expose individuals, officials, and personal liberties in which criminal sanctions can be issued. So today I call for you all to actually pass this notice along and actually put this on the public record for the notice, for the record. Today, I can also ask these honorable servants to explain and to examine Clause 1 of the Fifth Amendment, recognize these violations and take corrective actions. Direct yourselves to operate strictly and inadequate to the United Constitution.
You're at 30 seconds remaining.
Yes, sir. Highest law of the land, which you have also sworn to your oath. And I also have the things of where you guys may be breaking the law or some things that could pertain to you all breaking the law, as in the First Amendment, Second Amendment, violating the Fourth Amendment rights. And I'm just actually would like to put this on record for the notice. Thank you. And could I get a copy of it tonight, or do I have to come back and get a copy, sir?
You can talk to the treasurer clerk right after the meeting.
Thank you, brother. Have a blessed day.
Our next speaker, please.
Mayor, that was the last speaker I have.
All right. Anyone else here that'd like to speak on unagended items that hadn't had an opportunity to do so? All right. We're on discussion time with commissioners. Commissioner Porter, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to, first of all, address and give the city manager an opportunity. If you could, the white supremacy flyers, could you just address what we have done, what we are aware of, what steps we can take to address this and monitor this?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm going to ask Dr. Kimball Thomas to address it. This is a code violation as it relates to the placement of these flyers on utility poles. And Commissioner, when you shared that with us, I made sure I got it to those folks that deal with that. So Dr. Thomas, if you can kind of explain our process, obviously in this case, what we did exactly.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Commissioner Porter, with respect to that particular issue, part of our proactive monitoring when we've got items put on city property, utility poles, as was mentioned, we immediately dispatch our officers out And those particular areas that were given in the complaint, we went to those areas immediately. If there were signs there, we removed them. We did 2 sweeps of those particular areas that particular day and did not find any signs. I don't know who had removed them at the time, but we canvassed those areas with respect to the proactive monitoring, and we'll continue to do so. And this is part of what we do, whether it's any particular items on utility poles, city property, right of way, officers automatically know in their routine proactive monitoring that we remove such signs.
Okay, thank you. And I think that it's just important that I don't know what would be appropriate, but that the community know that we, of course, unequivocally condemn that kind of sentiment, that kind of propaganda, whether it's that or whether it's kidnappings by ICE. I think it's important that the community know where we stand. Excuse me? Secondly, I wanted to make, obviously we're all aware of the conversations in the community about the crosswalks and public art and placemaking, and I've received several emails and seen, of course, online and in the media, the desire from the community that we do something to address the loss of the crosswalks, that we're not only public art, but also safe for safety. So I'd like to make a motion that we have an informational item come back to us at our next meeting, exploring options for both safety enhancements and placemaking and public art initiatives, specifically where the crosswalks were erased. And that this can be, and I hope it would be in consultation with COCA, with KCCI, with the school board. I know those groups are already having conversations about what can be done. And so I'd like to have this conversation and it be an agenda item, even if just informational, because I believe the public wants an opportunity to address us and discuss this.
So there's a motion on the table made by Commissioner Porter to bring back an information item on the KCCI crosswalks and how to move forward from here. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Sure, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just for clarification, I received an email from Ms. Holly McPhail that was related to the crosswalks, but I think the intent is also looking for what is acceptable and effective, particularly replacing the public art. I think we saw communities like Orlando look for ways that in those same areas they can be expressive, that aren't limited by the state, whether that's utility, all those sorts of things, anywhere art can go. And they listed all 8 locations that they've seen them remove. So that would be, I'd like that to be included in the motion. I think it may have been that we're just looking at just alternative ways for that art to be expressed in those same areas as well.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Matlow, you know that at the CRTPA meeting, you had a discussion about the crosswalk and with the FDOT representative that was there. And as I recall, he was saying that they are working on coming up with, they're having discussions about what can be done and what alternatives. And while I like everybody else, I enjoyed the artwork. But I think that if it is the state that's going to determine what is acceptable and appropriate, then I think that we should wait and get that information from them and then act accordingly based on what we get from them. Because that was that your understanding from the CRTPA meeting that FDOT was having these conversations?
Mr. Mayor.
Sure, Commissioner Matlow.
Yes, indeed, on the safety aspects of the crosswalks, they did say that they're in conversations and are working on that, and hopefully we can find a resolution. That's why I was trying to clarify my position on this motion. In the email, they mentioned, these same areas, the public art can live on fences and gardens, on utility boxes, telephone poles, and other community spaces. I think what the request I'm hearing is, if we're getting kicked off of the sidewalk, are there other ways in those same areas that we can be expressive?
Okay. And I know that KCCI has had a number of projects with, doing art on the box and those things. So they're already doing some of those kinds of things anyway. and we've supported it. We've actually been there, fire hydrants and those kinds of things. So they're already doing those things. But I think if we're, and Commissioner Porter, I want to understand what you're asking for. And I don't know if you say it near or how to replace, do something in those crosswalks, because I too received an email about doing some raised surfaces and some other kinds of things that I thought we discussed.
So if I may just restate the motion, that we have an informational agenda item come back to us at our next meeting, exploring a wide range of options for both safety enhancements and placemaking and public art initiatives near where the crosswalks were erased. So that the motion is not necessarily limited to replacing the crosswalks.
Okay.
It's just how can we, regardless of what the state does, how can we as a city increase the safety and placemaking, replace what has been lost by removing the crosswalks in a way that is compliant and within the control of the city, outside of FDOT's purview.
Okay.
So can I jump in real quick? To Commissioner Porter, I think it's a great idea. Can I make a suggestion, though? As your representative on KCCI, I wasn't being rude reading my phone, but actually, while we've been meeting today, I got an email from Betsy Couch, the executive director. KCCI, it looks like, is going to TAC in the next class, is going to re-examine the crosswalks in light of the situation that's going on, take in the community input, and see what we can do as a community moving forward. KCCI has also gotten a lot of interest from the school district, which is great, because the crosswalks that we've been talking about are usually right across the street from the schools, which opens up a different funding source with the Safe Routes to Schools program through Leon County Schools that could help us whatever we decide to move forward. So here's my proposal. Yes, let's have an information item come back, but let's do it at the invitation of having KCCI, Betsy and them, come. They are willing to take on the leadership role and bring the city, the county, the school board, and COCA and everybody together to see what are the next steps. Let's assist KCCI in putting together a proposal, and then when they have that information, it might be the next meeting, it might be 2 meetings, but let's send in a formal invitation to KCCI to come before the city commission and do a proposal on how we move forward.
And that's fine with me, and I mentioned originally, and I agree completely, and that's why I mentioned in consultation with COCA, KCCI, and the school board, because I know that they've already been talking about this. So I guess then I would just, as long as it's okay with KCCI, and I assume it would be because they are on top of this, that this come back to us by the end of the year.
Sure, I fully expect it to be a lot sooner than that.
Okay.
But as soon as they have their ducks in a row and are ready to present, and quite frankly, I'm sure they're going to do it before the school board, and they're going to do it before the county as well. So I appreciate you amending your motion. Any other questions on the amended motion made by Commissioner Porter and seconded by Commissioner Matlow? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously, 5-0. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, that was my first item. Second item, Mr. Manager, I sent an email and didn't receive a response back on the Attorney General's interpretation for open carry. Can you provide an update on how we're currently enforcing open carry and when, why we may expect to change?
Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I think we need to hear from the city attorney as well, but and I think the chief could probably recap for everybody's benefit. We probably need to start with what has happened and, where we're headed with this, which I think most everyone knows. If they don't, this involves a court decision, the first DCA. They ruled last week, I think it was. Now we're on day 7 or 8 since their ruling, which has great ramifications about the ability to open carry. And so the chief is engaged with his industry, the Florida police chiefs and state attorney, and this is a matter of importance. I think what we do know, though, is that if nothing changes, that becomes the controlling law in terms of which the Tallahassee Police Department has to operate. So I think the bigger picture, we know that there's clarity on that. So, Chief, if you can give context of how our approach is
Sure. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate the opportunity. Yeah, the first DCA ruled on the McDaniel case and clearly stated that the current law was unconstitutional and then therefore reverted back to open carry being legal. That process by the first DCA, that becomes binding law. There's a 15-day period in which that can be appealed. Only the Attorney General can appeal that. And the Attorney General has offered an opinion already saying that he is not going to appeal that. So there basically is not going to be an appeal. We've also met with the state attorney and his other attorneys, and they've indicated very clearly that they will not prosecute on any arrests that were made because of the factors that I just stated. So knowing full well that we have existing law, which is not going to be appealed, and the fact that our state attorney is not going to prosecute any arrests that would be made, having that knowledge, if I allowed my officers to make an arrest in that situation, they could be charged individually with a wrongful arrest. And so it is our position at this point that we are going to follow the law as we currently believe it. And I've spoken many times with the Florida police chiefs, the Florida police chiefs attorneys, and they are in agreement that this should be the stance of all law enforcement across the state.
May I add something to that?
Sure, Madam Attorney.
So just to add to that, I think there was also a question, Commissioner, that maybe you may have even raised, that it's just the First District Court of Appeals, and there have been questions about whether or not that applies to the whole state. And the answer to that is yes, because there's no other conflicting District Court of Opinion, but more specifically for Tallahassee, because we're in the First District, it would apply to us. So I think that was one of the questions that was kind of out there that I
Right, it
just
would have
wanted
to be
add on
an
to
equal
that.
or higher court
That's right.
ruled differently. If another DCA ruled
That's
differently than the first DCA, then that would go to the Supreme Court because then you'd have conflicting opinions.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was my question. So as of today, or before today, we're not enforcing an open carry ban?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. And just general comments on that. We're going to follow the law, but this is a scary, scary path that we're going down in this state, both for our law enforcement who have to deal with it. And yeah, I've seen lots of crazy videos online from other places. So thank you all for navigating that situation. And, let's just do the best we can to keep people safe. Thank you,
sir. I appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor,
On point.
just a follow, Chief, just a follow-up question. Are there then locations where open carry does not apply?
Yes, sir. That's a very tricky. They're under, I can't quote the statute right now, but there's 15 things that are listed that are prohibited, commissions being one of those. An interesting point of that, and what's being debated and will have to be fixed immediately, is the fact that that applies only to handguns in those locations. Long guns, it does not specifically. The statute actually in other places mentions firearms and/or long guns together. And in those sections where those exceptions are listed, it specifically says handguns. So the legislature is going to have to step in quick and fix that one.
That's right. And also, if I could just follow up, Mr. Mayor, also so to that point, the Attorney General's opinion specifically references that, well, let me just back up. The DCA opinion acknowledges that it's not an unlimited right, that there are still restrictions.
Sure.
It doesn't, the opinion doesn't go into what those restrictions are because they weren't the subject of the opinion. Right. But the Attorney General's opinion in the last paragraph does reference that list of what's commonly called sensitive places. And that seems to suggest that that's the understanding of the government at this point, is that at the very least, those sensitive places are still sensitive.
We hope.
Now, hold on. Let's thread the needle, though. These chambers are considered a sensitive place, but City Hall is not considered a sensitive place, correct?
That's correct.
So you can walk through the front door, go through the metal detectors, it'll set off. You can do that right now, concealed carry.
Correct.
We have a right to know.
Right.
Now, is it going to be you or one of your officers? They're going to stop them when they don't understand why they're not allowed to walk into chambers and carry as well when we're in session?
Well, we would have the security here in the building would address them and talk to them about that. And certainly, we would probably be called and be here quickly to make sure that everybody is safe. But you're correct. There is no authority to stop them from doing that.
So technically speaking, even though they can't come in those doors right there, they can sit out there in the lobby until we're done or on recess and walk out.
Yes, sir.
Chief, another sensitive place is church, right?
It is.
Because I received some information from a legislator to share with some ministers that I think they can post a sign or something. Maybe at one time they could.
One of the things they're doing is that they've listed the primary area of the church. So subsequent buildings, subsequent areas would not apply. So there's some debate about that as well.
Yeah, I think there's also it also doesn't apply to private settings, correct?
It depends.
Right. So there's some question there as well.
There's a lot of questions.
Well, we're not going to get into this discussion right now. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, sir.
Certainly appreciate it. Mr. Matlow, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we all received an email from Mr. Kyle Clark that TMH and FSU have entered into a memorandum of understanding of a partnership they would like to pursue in the future. I think this is the first step. It's actually coming back to the city to discuss what the conversation is and to protect the public's interest in our billion-dollar asset that is the hospital property and equipment. I know a lot of people are hearing about this for the first time since the city government hasn't really been a part of any of those negotiations. So it's finally coming to the city for discussion. There's been a special meeting called for October 1st. I think this is a great opportunity for us to lay out our process of how we would like to see this conversation move forward, knowing that the majority of our city doesn't know any details of what they've agreed to or what they're asking of us. And frankly, we don't quite know what they're asking of us because there didn't seem to be a direct ask other than they wanted a transfer of the hospital ownership to Florida State University. So what I would propose over the next few months, and I think we can bring this back as an agenda item on the October 1st special meeting, is to lay out the public process awareness campaign of what type of partnership they want to enter into, what the city's role and ownership is, and then if it is the desire that we want to explore transferring or selling the ownership, my position would be that minimum would be fair market value of near $1 billion, but I think we should set up a process for the citizens to weigh in. And I think the most transparent way to do that is to go to referendum and put it on the 2026 ballot at such a large purchase by Florida State that will be so impactful to our community. I think that's a decision that we need to hear from the citizenry and let them weigh in on. So I'm going to make a motion that at the October 1st meeting, we bring back an agenda item that lays out a process to bring this decision to referendum.
Say that one more time.
That we have an agenda item that lays out a process to bring this to referendum in 2026.
Okay, sounds good. There is a motion that we bring back an agenda item for referendum in 2026. Is there a second to the motion?
May I ask a question?
It dies for lack of second. Commissioner Porter, you're recognized.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow, would you consider amending your motion to include other options for whether it's public hearings, not just a referendum, but other processes for how this could play out?
Sure. So I'll make a motion that at the October 1st meeting, we bring back an agenda item that explores options, including but not limited to a public hearing process, similar to the ones we already do, as well as a process of public engagement and an option to put it for referendum decision on the 2026 ballot.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Motion on the table, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, Commissioner Matlow, are you aware that notice has already gone out to the community of not only the meeting on the 1st at 9 a.m. at the City Hall chambers, The City Commission will receive a presentation from Tallahassee Memorial Hospital and Florida State University regarding their memorandum of understanding to partner together to transform TMH into an academic health center and have commission discussion followed by a public hearing. A second public hearing on the matter will be also held on October 22nd at 6 p.m. Details about how to share, this went out today. I got this notification. So it's already out. Were you aware of that?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. And just for clarification, I think this meeting, as proposed in that email, was to look at their MOU. We're not a party to their MOU. What I'm talking about is our decision making.
No, there's also a public hearing factor with that, like we do here, like we had tonight, a public hearing.
But what's the public, what will we be
Hold on,
deciding at a public hearing?
Let me jump in.
We had a
As the mayor,
notification.
on every issue that comes before this body, we always take public comment, and we're having a public hearing. Okay, we will always take public comment, and we'll have the public hearing as well. Okay, and then we have the second meeting that's
6 p.m.
That will also have the public hearing at 6 p.m. as well. So we will ensure that there is plenty of opportunity for discussion moving forward, and public hearing and public input. Yes, sir. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you. And just for clarification, I'm not understanding how we can have a public hearing because this body hasn't given any direction or any inclination that it's even interested in a sell yet. So we can't go to public hearing on October 1st until we have those conversations. So I think it's great to have that meeting, to have a discussion around the MOU and look to where we're going to go next. But it certainly wouldn't be a public hearing because we don't have an agenda or any direction to develop an agenda at this point.
Well, Commissioner Matlow, we have public hearing at every meeting, and we have speakers on unagended items. So even if there isn't a specific proposal, we will always provide plenty of opportunity for the general public to speak, whether it's on a specific proposal or if they just want to get up and speak their mind on the issue at hand and what they think.
And I agree the public will have an opportunity to weigh in. What I'm suggesting is we need a process for the public hearing process once we make a decision of what we want to do to put that out to the public, and that will take multiple public hearings or my preference, a referendum process.
So, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
So Commissioner Matlow, you said a referendum for 2026?
Yes.
And as you recall, when we did the charter review, in order to have something put on the ballot, we have to follow the process of the supervisor of elections schedule. And I don't know where we are in that cycle, but and to add this to a midterm election where we know turnout is always very low, I'm not sure if we would get what it is that we need. I'm not sure that at this time we have enough time to even be able to do that. But I like the processes that we place. We already have the structure for a public hearing. An agenda item comes out, like we do here, agenda item comes out with the information that we need, and we're available to get briefings. All of us received a letter. We received what Kyle sent. If we have questions, we can talk to whoever we have access to talk to whoever we want to talk to. We also can go out and talk to our constituents and share with them information. The public hearing, I think, is necessary. I absolutely support the public hearing. I just do not think that we have ample time. Here it is, September, almost October, to follow the process for getting something added to the ballot for next year, based on what we had to do previously to do that. I'm all for voting if that's where we need to go, but I think that we need information before next year about where our public stands on this. The information that is being shared out on social media is very positive. So we need folks to they can either come in here and talk to us, they can reach out to us. I'm happy to go into the community to hear what folks want me to hear. I just don't think that waiting until 2026 is what we really need to, because this is going to take some time. It's going to take some time to get all these things in place. So the fact that the community has already been informed that we have two public hearings, one in the morning and one in the evening, to be able to come out and share what it is that they need to share. I think that's a great start, considering we've only had the letter from the joint statement from those two entities less than 48 hours. The city has already responded with 2 public hearings scheduled.
On point, Commissioner Porter.
On point, thank you. Commissioner Williams-Cox, or anyone, what email are we referring to? Because I must have missed this.
It's on the website, the announcement about the meetings.
Meeting notice.
Okay, so it's just
it's on the website.
the TalGov website? Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Richardson, on point.
Thank you.
On point.
Yes, on point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the issue that comes to mind for me is even if we were considering putting this on the ballot in 2026, what is the process for informing an uneducated public, and I say uneducated, about the health issues that will be addressed in this MOU to the point where they can make a informed decision about the future of health care in this community? So that would be my first question. And then secondly, has anyone had this kind of conversation with FSU or TMH to see if it's something that they would be interested in? I mean, they've put in hours of negotiations to come to where they are now. Are they interested in this being put on a ballot referendum in the fall?
I am not going to support the motion on the table just because I think it's a little premature. Commissioner Matlow, I look forward to the special meeting that the manager called in conjunction with myself in consultation. It's a big issue. It's an exciting issue to have the unanimous vote coming out of TMH Board of Directors and to have unanimous support from Florida State. I look forward to hearing what they have to say. None of us were part of those negotiations, and so it's exciting to hear what they have to come and present. Once they present, we'll have an idea what we're dealing with, and I'll feel comfortable moving forward from that point, but I'm not going to support any motions in regards to the proposal until we actually hear what they have to say.
Right.
Commissioner Matlow, then Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so just my final comment. I agree with Commissioner Richardson's idea that the public would need a lot of time to really digest how this decision impacts it. And, I would argue so does the City Commission. We haven't had much time to digest this much information. We're not health professionals, and I think we definitely need adequate time to engage with our constituencies, health professionals, when we're talking about $1 billion decision. And my just final comment on this motion and the public hearing process. Generally, the public hearing process is what the decision is that we're going to make. We will introduce that to the public at a meeting, much like we do ordinances. Once it's introduced, that gives several weeks for the city to know what we're discussing before we even schedule it to come to the commission. Then we'll schedule a public hearing where they can come and give comments, and we still won't adopt. We'll schedule a second public hearing so people who couldn't make the first meeting have an opportunity. And I think that's a layer of protection we have. We have the introduction, and we have a couple of public hearings minimum, and I think we do this with much less serious issues than a $1 billion public asset. So that's kind of what I was looking for to have included when we come back. I understand we can vote on that on October 1st if that's the will, not to already have something worked on by our staff to give us options. I prefer more options October 1st, but if we're trying to not have any options, that's a bit concerning to me. I'd rather we put them to place now, considering we've never discussed the special meeting. We've never given any direction on what we'd like to see or any type of process. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, on point.
Sure.
Commissioner Matlow, I hear your concerns. I plan to do a deep dive so that when the door is open for me to ask all the questions that I need to ask and talk to all the people I need to talk to, I encourage us all to do the same thing. But I hear your concern, and I think it's incumbent upon us to do as much, now that it's been thrown over the fence, it's incumbent upon us to learn as much as we can so that we can help inform our public, because they deserve that. That's why they sent us to represent them. And that's what I plan to do, and I know the rest of you will do the same thing.
All right, Commissioner Matlow, you still have the floor. It's your time.
Are we going to vote on the motion? Did we just say? Yeah.
Motion on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
The motion fails 3-2 with the mayor pro tem, and Commissioner Richardson in dissent. Matlow, you have the floor.
Okay. 3 more items. A couple are just announcements. One, I continue to agree we should pass a resolution condemning the treatment of immigrants in our community and what we're seeing from ICE. That hasn't passed in the past unless anything has changed. Second, I attended a press conference this morning with some scientists that have been testing for PFAS and water wells in Woodville. We know that the city's well 33 has elevated levels, though we're not serving elevated levels to any of our customers, but they've tested private wells in Woodville and have detected elevated levels of PFAS above EPA guidelines for health. I think it's important to know it seems to be located around that whole area, multiple instances of elevated PFAS. So just as a public announcement, if you're in that area, it may be advantageous to either get tested or make sure you're filtering your water.
I missed your press conference. Who were you with? That's been good for you. What scientists were you with?
Dr. Ron Saff and Axelrod and Commissioner Proctor from the county. They're working with the county administrator and the Department of Health to look into it and see if it's something the county needs to engage
They have
in.
an elevated number of private wells, of PFAS private wells down on the south side of Tallahassee.
Yeah, I believe they tested, and numbers might be wrong, I think they tested 6 wells and found 4 that had elevated layers in Woodville, not in Tallahassee.
Say south side of
So
Woodville.
not, yeah, right, correct, and
South side, I was
private
thinking
wells.
for the city.
Yeah, out in the unincorporated.
The unincorporated, yes, sir.
Wow.
And the final item, we talked a lot about the fire services fee earlier. I think the whole process of putting this fee, assessment, tax, whatever you want to call it, on the utility bill has caused a lot of concern. I think we should be looking to standardize this and change the way we bill and collect fire services, get it off of the utility bill so it can be more standard and a property tax payment. We've seen Ocala and other communities move in this direction. So I would like to make a motion that we bring back an item exploring other ways to collect fire services revenue that are not on the utility bill.
Second.
There's been a motion on the table to bring back an agenda item regarding the fire services fee to look at alternative ways to bill the customers in the city of Tallahassee, seconded by Commissioner Porter. I will be voting against this motion. I have lived through this for 19 years as both a county commissioner and now as the mayor of Tallahassee. I support the utility bill option, and I am happy with how we bill. That's my own personal opinion. Mayor Pro Tem.
And I'm happy to share mine. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I will be voting against it as well. Ceding power, ceding authority to another entity to collect for you so that you can then get it and do what you need to do. Because even with the county sending it to the property taxes, it still has to come here. So it's just delaying the process. So I don't see the need. So I won't be voting for it either.
Keeping it on the utility bill, it is distributed over a 12-month period versus when it is
Once a year.
on the ad valorem bill, it is a one-time hit.
Yeah.
So I am.
And to not, on point.
Yes, Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor, and to not have it on the utility bill incurs costs.
Right.
Because then you have to contract with a company or a firm to do the collection. And that's just additional cost.
Any further comments? All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No, the motion.
I'm sorry. I got you. My bad.
The motion on the table is
I'm
by
ready to go
Commissioner
home.
Matlow.
Yes.
Seconded by Commissioner Porter, which is to bring back an agenda item to look at alternative billing items in regards to the fire services fee. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
And it fails 3-2 with the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioner Richardson in dissent. Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just final item on Commissioner Porter's comments on the flyers. Mr. Manager, if citizens see these on utility bills, they can take them down? Okay, take them down. If you see it, take them down. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Richardson, you have the floor.
I don't have anything.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have the floor.
Let's go home.
So I want to wrap up by saying, first and foremost, a huge thank you to Mark O'Brien and to the TMH Board of Directors and to the leadership team of the hospital. Thank you to President McCullough, Vice President Kyle Clark, and the leadership team at Florida State that have been working very, 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 very hard over many years on this particular issue. I look forward to the discussion before the Tallahassee City Commission, and as I said in the media yesterday, if anything, it is a day to pause, to celebrate the leadership, and to thank everyone for their hard work of bringing us to where we are right now. I will tell you, I am becoming increasingly frustrated with the negotiations and the discussions and the language that our colleagues at the county are using regarding the fire services fee. Mr. Manager, you need to know that I am prepared to sever the relationship with the county in regards to fire services fee, whether that be in 3 years and we provide notice, or whether the opportunity presents itself anytime in the near future as well. It is very apparent that they are unhappy with our service, the level that we bill, and how we bill, and maybe it is just appropriate for all of us to go in separate directions. Well, the motion would be to notice, I guess, the county now, to give them 3 years to prepare to sever the fire services interlocal agreement between the city and Leon County. And allow Leon County concentrate on the unincorporated areas and do their thing, while the city of Tallahassee concentrates inside the city limits in the incorporated area in regard to fire service with the Tallahassee Fire Department.
I would second that motion if that's what it is.
I will make a motion. There's a second on the motion. Discussion on the motion.
What is the motion?
To provide official notice that in 3 years, when the interlocal agreement between the city and the county in regards to fire services comes up, that we are looking forward to terminating the relationship and we go our separate ways. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would you amend the motion to have that be an agenda item to come back for discussion, since we weren't prepared to vote on this tonight?
No. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
And it passes 3-2 with the mayor pro tem and Commissioner Richardson in favor, Commissioner Matlow and Commissioner Porter in opposition. Finally, I want to announce that I'm very excited that we are bringing back an incredible tradition at the City of Tallahassee, the City of Tallahassee longest table event. I don't think we have done one since before COVID. It is one of our signature events. It is a great event. It will take place on Sunday, October 12th, from 5 o'clock till 7 o'clock in the afternoon on Duval Street, right behind City Hall. I want everybody to come out and enjoy the longest table event. With that, it is 9:13. We've had a great meeting. We have passed the budget. We have transmitted the comp plan. We have taken up the business before the city. We stand adjourned.
All right.
Thank you, staff.